Laura, followed by Tabitha Robinson.
Um, Hello, my name is Lara Germanis, and I would like to thank the Council for the to pass Policy Orders 109 and 114. I'm a family physician and a public health researcher with affiliations at Cambridge Health Alliance and Harvard Medical School, although I speak on my own behalf, not on those institutions' behalf. My father was born in Jerusalem before the State of Israel was created, and although we do still have the deed to our family's house, because we are Christian, not Jewish, we do not have the right to return to our family home, which is now occupied by a Jewish family. This is just another example of the one-sided laws of the State of Israel which prevent Palestinians from moving freely and evenly throughout their own territory, systematically seizing their property and demolishing homes and restricting access to healthcare, essential medicine, and supplies. Israeli discriminatory policies create a dramatic inequity in life and health, with Palestinians having a 10-year lesser life expectancy than Israelis and an infant mortality rate 6 times higher. We must speak out against colonialism and ongoing seizure of Palestinian homes and lands and stand in support of them.
Tabitha Robinson, followed by Alexandra Herzog.
Good evening. I'm Tabitha Robinson, a recent JD MBA graduate of Harvard and a recent resident at 17 Caldwell Avenue. As a Black woman, I know what racism looks like. I want to make 4 points. 1, Palestinians can only live on or physically touch 13% of the West Bank. It's like living in Massachusetts and being confined to Middlesex and Essex counties, meaning if any of us touched a foot in Boston, we'd be arrested and serve time. HP's identification technology makes this apartheid possible. 2, on a Harvard trip in 2019, Israeli soldiers pointed guns at us and told us that only our Jewish classmates could walk down Shahada Street. 3, whenever I mentioned to Palestinians that I studied at Harvard, people responded by mentioning the Tea Party, no taxation without representation, they quoted. BDS is reviving this peaceful Massachusetts legacy. And 4, in 2011, this city council voted to stop Cambridge police from receiving training in Israel. I also support Policy Order 114. Let us rethink public safety. Let us align our ethics with our wallets. Thank you.
Alexandra Herzog, followed by Vanessa Banti.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Alexandra Herzog, and I live on Concord Avenue in Cambridge. I also work for the American Jewish Committee in New England. I oppose Policy Order 109, which singles out Israel, the world's only Jewish state and democracy in the Middle East. The BDS movement does not recommend a path forward towards a peace solution. Rather, it solely casts blame on Israel and openly advocates for the elimination of Israel as a Jewish state. BDS is counterproductive for those who want peace in the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side with Israel. It also fuels anti-Semitic rhetoric, which has been changed very dangerously around the United States and the globe recently. I have been proud to live in Cambridge for more than a decade. This one-sided resolution does not allow for productive discussions between neighbors, but further polarizes our community. Please oppose it. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Vanessa Banti, followed by Lawrence Adler.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks for letting me take the opportunity to speak again on this topic. I'm in strong support of Policy Orders 109 and 114. And I just really want to emphasize to the council, because there's said tonight that we have an opportunity here, and it's actually quite rare to get an opportunity to reduce our complicity in violence, in human rights violations in both Palestine, West Bank, and the United States. Both of these policy orders are connected in that they explicitly take away our complicity in racist policies. And I know that the city of Cambridge wants to stand very strongly against violence and racism, and it can do so by supporting these policies. Thank you so much.
Lawrence Adler, followed by Goodwin.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lawrence Adler. I live at 1105 Massachusetts Avenue. I would like to speak against Policy Order 109 because in this instance, I feel that divestment is ineffective, impractical, and unfair. Israel is the only democratic entity in the region. They have diplomatic relations and strong ties to the U.S. We are their largest donor country. There are parties within Israel itself that don't want this situation to go sideways. Therefore, as Americans, we have many tools on hand to promote a two-state solution and social justice. And don't forget, we have Biden and Blinken in the White House. Divestment will be useless and even worse, counterproductive. Engagement is the way to go here. Don't go with divestment. Use your voice, your vote, and your representatives to promote the peace and justice we all want.
Mike Goodman, followed by Calla Walsh.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mike Goodman. I'm from 237 Franklin Street. I'm speaking in support of Policy Order 109. As U.S. citizens, our imperialist foreign policy is one of those areas where the average person doesn't usually have power, and it can seem pretty demoralizing when year after year, massive bloated military budgets, they get passed with no opposition from either party. Doesn't matter who we put in federal office, nobody pushes back. And meanwhile, we're told here, like, we can't have healthcare because it's too expensive. Yet we're sending billions of military aid to Israel so they can bomb Palestinian civilians. In the past 2 weeks, killing 248, including dozens of children whose blood is on our hands. We're a small city. We can't the bigger problems I described, but a policy order like this one against HP turns the narrative that we're powerless on our head. It shows a place where we do have some power. And we're a relatively small city, but like in times past, we can be a leader. Others can follow us, and we can make it harder for the Israeli government to use HP products to oppress its people. Thanks.
Walsh, followed by Mary Saba.
Hi, my name is Calla Walsh. I live at 24 Decatur Street in Cambridgeport, and I'm speaking in support of Policy Order 109. I first want to dispel the myth that one has to be a foreign policy expert or a scholar on the Middle East to understand that Israel is an illegal apartheid state. I am 16, and this fact is clear to me, and it should be to the City Council too. Cambridge, one of the most progressive cities in the country, has the moral duty to take action to end our complicity in Israel's human rights abuses and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine by listening to the demands of Palestinians on the ground who are demanding BDS. Cambridge can set the stage for a global movement to stand up to Israel's oppressive government, just like how we and other local governments rose up to end South African apartheid. Any counselor who votes against this resolution will be standing on the wrong side of history and putting their name down in the books as someone who did not have the political to take the most basic step to fight against apartheid. Thank you.
Next up, Mary Saba, followed by Danielle Passau. Mary, are you there?
Has not joined. Daniel Passau, please go ahead.
I am here asking you to vote no on Policy Orders 109 and 129. I've been a Cambridge resident for 8 years and am the Orthodox Jewish chaplain at Harvard. Israel is the only Jewish state in the world and one with a vibrant democracy and robust institutions that protect human rights, inclusive of its minorities. Yet Israel is regularly singled out for criticism, including by government bodies such as this prestigious council. In a world filled with genocidal regimes and state-sponsored terrorism, this double standard sends a message that Jews should be treated differently. It is thus not surprising that we've seen a dangerous upswing in vicious anti-Semitic attacks in this country in recent weeks. Voting yes on these proposals reaffirms the double standard applied to Jews and is anti-Semitic in impact, if not in intent. If these proposals pass, Cambridge will become the first city in the United States where governmental action will make Jews feel unsafe for being Jewish. It runs counter to Cambridge's policy on discrimination, which states that any practice that by design or effect discriminates against individuals because of religious creed, national origin, or ancestry is a public concern. Please vote no.
Etzel Davis, followed by Peter Squares.
Getzel Davis, can we please ask you to update your version of Zoom. When you rejoin, please raise your hand and we will call on you then.
Is Peter next? Or Joshua Corn?
Sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
Squires. Go ahead, please, Peter.
Yes, thank you. Peter Squires, Fairmont Street, speaking to oppose two items before the council dealing with Israel, one of which urges a boycott of companies doing business with Israel. Far from promoting peace, such a boycott would attempt to tie the legitimate aspirations of Arab Palestinians to an attempt to undermine and delegitimize Israel. For over 70 years, attempts such as these consistently consign those Palestinians into limbo, which cannot end without a long overdue universal recognition of Israel's right to exist within secure borders. With regard to the other measure, House Resolution 2590, text for that resolution has not yet been posted on the House website, so any support for that resolution is premature. Please vote no on that as well. I want to thank the council for acting so that more voices could be heard on these issues tonight, and to thank the entire council for taking those voices into consideration. Thank you.
Joshua Corn, followed by Ernest Benner.
Hi, my name is Joshua Corn, an 18-year Cambridge resident in East Cambridge with my wife and children, and I work here as well, and I'm here to urge the City Council to oppose Policy Order 109. I can't generally speak eloquently, let alone in a minute, on such a complex issue, which leaves time for only an emotional appeal from so many. But unfortunately, it's not a historic or intellectually accurate one. Frankly, I do think that none of us are well enough versed in world affairs to fully understand this, and then something that Cambridge should be tackling. National leaders and governors on both sides of the aisle have rejected BDS, a campaign whose ultimate goal is not peace and a two-state solution, but which wishes to wipe the state of Israel off the map. What is the message being sent worldwide? That engaging in peace talks and negotiations is ineffective, and that instead propaganda, including through governments oppressing their own people, violent protests, government-sponsored terrorism, provoking disproportionate responses is what's effective. It calls at the heartstrings, but it ignores rockets flying the other way. BDS is a propaganda tool. Please reject Order 109. Let's find a way to support both Palestinians and Israelis in the region.
Ernest Venner, followed by Yaniv Mordecai.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I live at 225 Walden Street, and I'm sharing my thoughts on Policy Order number 6 in support of Policy Order number 6. I'm a Jewish American. I serve as Director of Congregational Learning at a synagogue in Newton, though I'm not speaking on behalf of my synagogue, but as an individual and Cambridge resident. Last week, I broke my religious obligation for celebrating Shavuot to speak up to Order number 6. I made that choice with all the Palestinians in mind whose Ramadan celebrations were canceled and overshadowed by horrific violence. I've made this choice to Cambridge City Council does not conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Boycott does not target Jews or Israelis, but boycotting HP is one step to divest from from oppressive state violence in Israel, Palestine, and within our own country. I also expressed my support for Policy Order 114. I witnessed excessive use of force on my street in Cambridge on Walden Street, and I filed complaints, and this is an important step towards.
Thank you for your testimony. Yaniv Mordecai, followed by Charlotte Petty.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Siddiqui, my name is Yaniv Mordecai. I'm a Cambridge resident. My children attend the Cambridge Public School, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at MIT. I'm also the son of Jewish refugees from Iran and Morocco, two Muslim countries. I strongly oppose Policy Order 109, which is based on bigotry, false accusations, lies, and libels aiming to demonize Israel. Going after one particular company and intimidating others resembles organized crime practices. Cambridge is home to many companies who do business in Israel, like Pfizer, IBM, Google, Philips, and Akamai. MIT and Harvard have hosted Israeli researchers for decades. Who's next? This is a very dangerous precedent and a slippery slope. PO 109 will destroy the social and financial record of Cambridge, the long-lasting Cambridge-Israel ties, and the sense of safety my community and my family have in the city. Recent violence against Jews and Israelis across America clearly places anti-Semites, BDS supporters, and hate spread on the same side. I therefore urge the council to reject Policy Order 109. Thank you.
Next up, we have Getzel Uzbek and then Charlotte Petty.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Rabbi Getzel Davis. I'm a Harvard chaplain, a Cambridge resident on Sumner Road, and a rabbi at Harvard Hillel. It's my job to care for the emotional and spiritual life of the Jewish students at Harvard and the greater Cambridge community. I've also been a resident here in Cambridge for 8 years. I'm speaking today against Policy 109. Anti-Israeli legislations like this one trigger Jewish historical trauma without making a meaningful impact on the conflict or bringing us any closer to peace. I meet with dozens of Jewish families each year who are considering moving to Cambridge or sending their children to Harvard. Over and over again, I am asked, is Cambridge a safe place to be a Jew? I answer proudly by telling them that neither Harvard nor Cambridge have ever passed a resolution like this one. I suspect that members of the council do not understand how the public condemnation of Israel is received by many Ashkenazi and Jew and Sephardic Jews as violent and othering. Passing a resolution like this would send a strong and I suspect unintentional message that Cambridge is not a safe place for Jews to live and express their identity.
Charlotte Petty, followed by Joseph Shiani.
Thank you for the opportunity to give public comment. My name is Charlotte Petty. I was born and raised in Cambridge. I'm now a teacher here and an incoming student at Harvard Graduate School of Education. I urge the City Council of Cambridge to support Policy Order 109 to end contracts with HP for their role in upholding the apartheid state in Palestine and for the role they play in creating technology that ICE uses to track, detain, and deport immigrants. I also urge the City Council to support Policy Order 14 and to implement the HEART program in Cambridge. 2 policy orders are on the table that are both connected to upholding human rights and withdrawing support and funds from governments and systems. It is essential to me as a longtime resident and educator in this city that Cambridge stands on the side of justice and continue to set precedents in leadership for liberation and human rights and ensure that our city's investments and contractual practices are in line with its established values. I urge you to end contracts with HP and implement the HEART program. Support 109 and 114. Thank you for your time.
Joseph Shiani, followed by Talia Weisberg.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Shayani. I'm a graduate student at MIT. I urge you to reject Policy Order 109. Boycotts of Israel have had no positive effects for Israelis or Palestinians. The only effect of supporting the BDS resolution today will be hatred and fear within the local Cambridge community. The conflict between Israel and Palestine is complex, and you should be suspicious of anyone who tries to shut down educated dialogue by saying otherwise. Placing all the blame on one side of a complex conflict does not bring peace, only demonization. The attempt to cast Jews' desire for national self-determination as colonialism is a 21st century mutation of a millennia-old virus of hatred. Hatred that starts with Jews does not end with Jews. Please stand against hatred and reject Policy Order 109.
We will go to Talia Weisberg, followed by Robert Likend.
Thank you. My name is Talia Weisberg. I've been a Cambridge resident for 8 years, and I live on Hart Street. I oppose Policy Order 109. The fact that this resolution is only calling for a boycott of one company and one country without a contract or a systematic review of all of the city's contracts leads me to wonder why the Cambridge City Council is going out of its way to target Israel, the world's only Jewish country. Anti-Semitism has been rising at alarming rates over the past several months, and it disturbs me greatly that the city of Cambridge is contributing to this trend. A vote for this resolution is a vote to codify anti-Semitism into Cambridge law and tells Jewish and Israeli residents that we are not wanted here. I think that's shameful because Cambridge is known for its commitment to social equality, but it will also alienate the thousands of Jews and Israelis who come to Cambridge for world-class educational institutions, research centers, and tech sector. As a long-term Cambridge resident and as a Jew, I would be scared and ashamed to live in a city with leadership that is so misguided and so bigoted that it would even consider passing Policy Order 109. Thank you for listening.
Robert Likend, followed by Michael Huntington.
Thank you, Siddiqui. My name is Rob Likend. I'm speaking in my capacity as the director of the American Jewish Committee's New England office. AJC is a global organization with a long history of human and civil rights advocacy. We welcome discussions about strategies to advance human rights. Policy Order 109 does not do this. It's an attempt to leverage this council to advance a discrete political agenda, the demonization, isolation, and destruction of the world's only Jewish state. This is the agenda of those who reject compromise and coexistence, hardly the place for the governing council of a racially, ethnically, and religiously diverse city. Rather than focus on Hewlett-Packard, a company that has not had a contract with Cambridge since 2014, a council committed to advancing human rights might look at all companies and nations. If you do this, you'll find organizations right here in Cambridge that provide products that are in your pockets, on your desks, and in your cars and warrant your human rights interests. Thank you to those who acted last week to persuade members of the Jewish community to participate in this discussion.
Michael Huntington, followed by Nancy Gold.
Michael has not joined. Nancy Gold, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nancy Gold, and I've lived at 938 Mass Ave for the last 23 years. I understand the deep feelings that people have for Israel. I grew up in a Jewish home which supported Israel 100%. I spent the summer of '69 on a kibbutz with relatives. In '93, I traveled in Israel for a month. My support for Israel was unquestioning, but I knew essentially nothing of the Palestinians. About 10 years ago, I heard an NPR piece which spoke about olive trees, some centuries old, belonging to Palestinians, which were being destroyed by jailers in the Israeli army. This was like a gut punch. In 2014, I went on a delegation to Palestine with Grassroots International. I saw with my own eyes the everyday poor treatment of West Bank Palestinians by Israel. And I'm not even talking about events such as the recent horrific bombings in Gaza. BDS is one of the only peaceful means of protest that the Palestinians have. As a Jewish American, I most strongly urge the City Council members to vote yes on PO 109. Thank you.
Sarah Driscoll, followed by Robert Tan.
Sarah Driscoll, please unmute yourself. You have her.
Sarah?
Robert Treston, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
My name is Robert, and I'm here in my capacity as Director of ADL New England. I appreciate the religious accommodation last week, which allows me to speak today in opposition to Policy Order 09. According to the city manager, Cambridge has not had a contract with HP since 2014, making the resolution needless and calling its purpose into question. The order singles out Israel, failing to address other countries. Passage of the order is equal to Cambridge endorsing a movement to delegitimize Israel's right to exist and sow division among the residents of Cambridge and the broader community. By targeting Israel as the sole focus of the Council's inquiry, Policy Order 109 takes us one step further away from a path forward that would provide both Israelis and Palestinians with security, self-determination, and dignity. Thank you.
We're going to go to Asif Magan, followed by Mawaz Al-Sudan.
Good evening. My name is Asaf Magan. I'm from Marblehead, Massachusetts. And I just wanted to say that if the city of Cambridge does decide to boycott one Israeli product, it should boycott all of these products. Otherwise, it seems like you're just picking and eating things that are comfortable for you and not going to really hurt you. If you really want to boycott Israel, you should boycott any kind of cell phones, pacemakers, discount keys, and any other product that was affiliated or developed in Israel. Otherwise, it's just hypocrisy. If you only boycott one, I really don't see the point. So either go all the way or do nothing. Thank you.
Mawaz, followed by Sergey Tellerbaum.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mafaz. I live at 67 Norfolk Street. I also study and teach at Harvard. I would like to remind all in attendance that tomorrow marks a year since George Floyd proclaimed that he could not breathe as a police officer knelt on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, killing Floyd in broad daylight. The video of this incident, bravely shot by young Black woman Darnella Frazier, was eerily reminiscent of the images of Israeli soldiering on the necks of Palestinians, young and old. This is no surprise given that many U.S. police forces, including Boston and Cambridge, had or have training relationships with Israeli occupation forces, and given how intertwined the Black Palestinian struggles are and have always been. I am here today because I believe in this community and its propensity to stand for what is morally right, even when it is unpopular. I urge the City Council, yes on Policy 109, to divest from HP, a business that supports the apartheid regime enacted by Israel in violation of the human, civil, and spiritual rights of the Palestinian people. I also urge the Council to reject militarized policing tactics in our community and vote yes on Policy 114.
Thank you. Yeah, is Yale Megan? I think we
have heard from Yale Megan.
We'll go to Sergey Tettelbaum and then Stephen Kretsch.
Mayor Siddiq, I believe Rosaline Barron is next.
Rosaline?
Yes, I'm Rosalind Barron. I am a physician in Cambridge for 37 years. I live in Newton. I stand against BDS and Resolution 109 because it demonizes Israel. Israel contributes greatly to science and medicine. Lives are saved by Israeli advances such as given capsule and CAR-T therapy. If any city stands to benefit from collaboration with Israel's brightest minds, it's Cambridge, hub of medicine, science, and technology. My grandmother died in Auschwitz, but the Holocaust didn't start with Auschwitz. It started with BDS in Germany, demonizing the Jews of Europe. BDS sparks vicious Jew hatred. Witness the attacks in LA and New York. BDS promotes terrorism. My patient was murdered in the Boston Marathon bombings. Hamas launched 4,000 rockets, and you want to sanction Israel? No call for BDS against Syria when they murdered 500,000 civilians. The answer is not unbridled hate. The answer is negotiate. Thank you.
Sergey Tettelbaum? Is that who is next?
Sergey has not. We will go to Steve. I believe Stephen Critch has already spoken as well. So next is Huma Gupta. Huma, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My name is Huma Gupta. I'm asking you to support policy orders 114 and 109. I've lived here for 12 years, but I was born in Southwest Asia, where I grew up and lived with Palestinian refugees in the UAE, Syria, and Lebanon. I've been to Israel, which is not a democracy, but rather an ethnocracy supported by our taxpayer dollars. As the granddaughter of the survivor of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in Amritsar, Punjab, who was nearly murdered by British colonizers and military officers, I feel tremendous solidarity with Palestinians and Black and Brown Americans who are also fighting for their liberation and their lives. I'm also proud of all the activists and city councilors who, despite facing threats of violence from right extremists, still have the courage to stand for justice, just as our predecessors did against South African apartheid. Palestinians are demanding economic pressure, and Black residents are demanding alternative public safety models because everything else has failed. By supporting these resolutions, we can help weaken carceral states like the US and Israel that profit from the dehumanization and incarceration of Palestinians and Black and Brown Americans. Thank you for listening.
Naomi, you said Stephen Critch already went?
No, I'm sorry. I believe there was another person with the same last name. We can call them now.
Stephen and then Gal Shergill.
Hello,
My name is Stephen Krish, 14 Richard Avenue, here to speak against 109. Why is Israel signaled out? What about China's subjugation and enslavement of Tibet and Uyghur region? American companies benefit from products made here. Israel is not perfect, but has a right to live in peace without 4,000 rockets falling in Israel, is the only democracy in the Middle East. Arab, Muslims, and Christian Israelis vote, are doctors, professors, university students, and have full rights as citizens. Jews in Arab countries were always second-class citizens. Multiple offers to establish a Palestinian state have been refused. I asked an Arab doctor in the West from the West Bank, why did Arafat turn down the Camp David agreement? His answer was Arafat and his cronies living a good life with expensive cars.
Gal Shergill, and then David Corin.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Gal Shergil. I'm a resident of Cambridge. I recently graduated my master's in international affairs from Tufts University, and I will pursue my master's of law from Columbia University next year. I'm opposing for the proposition number 109, urge you to do the same. I lived in Israel for 29 years and I've seen this conflict firsthand. I watched when a suicide bomber, also known as Shahid, exploded in the middle of a civilian crowd, only a few feet away from my mother and young brother. This Shahid was sent by Hamas, a known terror organization deeply rooted in the Gaza Strip. Instead of building hospitals, Hamas is using them as front to protect its rockets. And instead of educating children, it's teaching them to hate, as we concluded by the UN report of UNRWA. If Proposition 109 is aimed to stop human rights abuse regarding the Palestinian population, your efforts are misplaced. It has only served Hamas' purpose to create more hate towards Israel and the Jewish population.
David Corin, followed by Raphael Baronets.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, so my name is David Coren. I live in Porter Square, Cambridge, and I oppose this order. This is just another form of the current wave of anti-Semitism. This order will solve nothing and will get us no closer to end the conflict. It will just be importing it here. This order isn't about Israel, it's about Cambridge. And when deciding to do it with us, the residents in mind, I implore you, please don't let the city of Cambridge be used as a tool on this wave of hate by showing double standards toward the one and only Jewish state in the world. I'm sad to say that if this resolution will pass, I as a Jew will no longer feel safe to remain a resident of Cambridge, my home for the past 6 years. Thank you so much for listening.
We go to Raphael next, followed by Adrian Young.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Raphael Baronets. I live in 1975 Mass Ave in Cambridge. I also own a business here for the past 6 years, and I oppose this resolution. I'm an Arab Jewish gay immigrant, and my husband and I are thinking about expanding our family. This resolution continues to legitimize the anti-Semitic attack that we've seen in the last few weeks across the United States. It will make us feel very unsafe to stay in Cambridge, and we'll be forced to sell our home and live to a more inclusive city. Thank you very much.
Next up, Adrian Young, followed by Danielle Harris.
Hi, Adrian Young here, a resident of 2 Ware Street in Cambridge, speaking in support of Policy Order 109. I'm also here today to advocate for the investment and implementation of the Cambridge Heart Program as outlined in Policy Order 114. I'm confident in the organizers and enthused by the community engaged process implemented to come up with the Cambridge Heart Program as a community-based holistic emergency alternative to policing systems in order to best support marginalized community members in Cambridge. I'm heartened by the testimonies tonight that embrace solidarity between the Black and Palestinian movements. Bringing this investment and contractual practices in line with the established human rights values matters because it's a concrete step to make together to end the outright violence against Palestinians who too have the right to the dignity of life many of us enjoy in Cambridge. The HEART program is another step towards recognizing the human rights of all of those who are marginalized. 109 and 114 should be supported. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Daniel Harris and then Rachel Rubin.
Daniel and Rachel have not joined the Zoom. Mary Walsh, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mary Sullivan Walsh. I live on Decatur Street. I've lived in Cambridge for 25 years. I teach at Harvard Extension School. I'm a writer and a Cambridge youth soccer coach and the mother of 4 children who have all gone to school in Cambridge. I'm here today to ask the City Council to support Policy Order 109. The facts are the City of Cambridge purchases from Hewlett-Packard using our taxpayer dollars. First, Israel is carrying out violence against Palestinians in Gaza using HP computers. Second, HP Technologies have allowed DHS and ICE to expedite and streamline their program of tracking, detaining, and deporting millions of immigrants, regularly separating parents from children domestically. And third, HP have spearheaded the development of technologies used by California state systems and others to track prisoner data. As a Cambridge citizen and mother of 4 young adults, I'm looking to the city to take accountability for their actions by role modeling human and civil justice.
Thank you for your testimony. Varun Bilar, followed by Rachel Gulagorsi.
Varun Bilar, please go ahead. You do have the floor.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I want to speak on a couple points. First, I believe that also first I confuse myself. My name is Varun. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative. I live in Cambridge, and I'm speaking in support of Policy Order 109. I believe that boycotts are a really powerful tool, but I think they need to be coupled with political tools. I think we need to go further than a boycott or divestment from HP. I think what we need is a different kind of political leadership, an alternative to the Joe Bidens and the Anthony Blinkens of the world, who will say nice things about Palestine one day, but then authorize hundreds of millions of dollars of funding for Israel, for the Israeli military the next day. Also, I want to draw a distinction, I think, between the national BDS movement, what they're calling for, and what they proposed here. I think they're 2 different things. I certainly do not support the liquidation of Israel. I think that the borders between Israel and Palestine should be decided democratically by the working classes of both those countries,
Thank you for your testimony. Rachel is next, followed by Steve Weinman.
Rachel Gulagorski, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
It's Rachel Gulagorski, and I'm a Harvard alum. I urge you to actions, not words. BDS is clearly a proxy cause, and it singles out the Jewish state. Look at the oppression in other countries, in Uyghur, and then propagated by China, Iran, and Russia. Only Israel is singled out, while other countries are not given the same attention. And it's a very complex issue, and it should be dealt with by people who know the matter. It's a territorial dispute. BDS is just a disguise. It's not seeking to solve the problem. It's only aggravating it. If you look at actions, at what's happening at BDS rallies, Jews are being beaten in the streets. It's not about Israel, it's about Jews. And BDS is anti-Semitic, and therefore I ask you to oppose the resolution. Thank you.
Steve Meinman, followed by Lydia Gutterman. Steve, are you there?
You said just 1 second. Steve has not joined the Zoom. I'm looking for the next person. Allison Gordon, please go ahead. You have the floor.
My name is Allison Gordon, and I'm a graduate of both MIT and Harvard, and I've worked at the Media Lab at MIT. I live just blocks from Cambridge and frequent Cambridge on a daily basis. I ask that you vote no and oppose PO 109, a resolution that seeks to divide our community and sow hatred. Instead, encourage and provide incentives for members of our community and our partners to build partnerships. Resolution 109 singles out Israel in a blatantly anti-Semitic effort that seeks to delegitimize Israel's right to exist. Cambridge values democratic ideals, and Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East offering full rights to its Arab citizens, LGBTQ community, women, and people of color. If you choose to support PO 109, you fuel Jewish hatred and make Jews and Israelis feel unsafe in our city. The city of Cambridge stands for fairness, but this resolution is filled with lies and seeks that you partner with BDS, which has been fully rejected by President Biden, governors from 50 states, Bernie Sanders, J Street, and many more, who understand that.
Khan, you're next, followed by Suzanne Bier.
Yes, hello. My name is Anam Khan. I live on 1114 Drive, and I am a wife, I'm a mother, and I am a lawyer. I do plan on joining BDS because it's not based on hate, but rather on an economic movement to sanction Israel based on horrific crimes against Palestinian civilians. And that is why I am for 109 and 114. And I strongly urge the council to consider this because, you know, what's going on in Palestine right now is horrific. 48 children, going on, I think 56 just from yesterday, have been murdered by the Israeli regime. Again, this is not a complex issue. Israel is an apartheid state. This is a human rights issue, not a Jewish or Muslim issue. We need to not be complicit in these crimes. Thank you for your time, and please support 109 and 114.
Suzanne Bier, followed by Susan Eskovitz.
Suzanne and Susan have not joined. Rajani Shah, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Ragini Shah, and I live at 22 Harris Street in Cambridge. I'd like to ask the council to vote yes on policy orders 109 and 114. I see these two proposals as inextricably linked. And I first want to say that ending purchasing of HP is both urgent and current. Any counselors who have HP printers know this. The cartridges that you have to keep those printers going, support a company that directly contributes to the discrimination and expulsions of Palestinians from their homes and allows the US government to terrorize immigrants. These harms are ongoing and occurring as we speak. At the same time, we should invest in community-led efforts that reduce harms from over-policing like the HEART program. The council tonight has a unique opportunity to simultaneously divest and invest. Both 109 and 114 would fight against daily structural violence and align the city's financial commitments with its ethical values. I urge you to take up that chance and vote yes on 109, 114. Thank you.
Is Gustav Lester next, followed by Rebecca Cantor?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, so my name is Gustav Lester. I'm a PhD student at Harvard University. I'm also a historian of settler colonialism, and I'm here today to ask the council to unanimously vote yes on Policy Order 109, asking for divestment from companies obviously complicit in Israeli apartheid. I understand that the city of Cambridge has a history of opposing human rights violations around the world, and that the state of Israel is not being singled out here. Multiple prominent human rights organizations, including B'Tselem and Human Rights Watch, have issued robust reports documenting and recognizing the state of Israel as guilty of practices meeting the threshold of crimes of apartheid and persecution under international law. These are crimes against humanity. Opposing crimes against humanity is not anti-Semitic. This is a human rights issue. I ask that you please uphold the tradition in Cambridge of fighting for human rights and global justice by committing to the review, identification, and divestment from any companies complicit in human rights violation and voting yes on Policy Order 109. I also want to express my support for Policy Order 114 for the city to implement the HART proposal, which will make the city safer for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Rebecca Cantor, followed by Michaela Brody.
Rebecca has not joined. Michaela Brody, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, I'm Michaela Brody. I live nearby on Kelton Street in Alston. I'm here again today to urge the council to unanimously support Policy Order 109 about Hewlett-Packard, as well as 114 and 129. I'm here as a Jewish American disgusted by human rights abuses committed in my name, despite our own religious values and history of oppression and genocide. You heard last week and this week from Palestinians and Israelis about how HP directly contributes towards an apartheid state. And I urge you to listen, especially to those who put themselves at risk in order to speak. Complicity is violence. Additionally, I want to highlight that the Israeli government oppresses Palestinian Jews too, who are mostly being ignored in these conversations. Please be distracted. Opposing Israel is not anti-Semitism. Finally, I urge you to consider how Israeli violence contributes to racist policing in our own backyard. Israel trains police and uses the same tactics against Palestinians that police do against Black and brown communities here. Racial justice here is bound up with justice everywhere. These issues are too important to delay further and should not have been delayed last week. Continue Cambridge's advocacy and take this historic step towards justice by voting yes on Policy Orders 109, 114, and 129. Thank you for your time.
Jessica Schmidt, followed by Hannah Friedman. Jessica Schmidt.
Mayor Siddiqui, Jessica, Hannah, and Alia have not joined. We will go to Ziva Solomon. Ziva, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ziva. I'm a former resident and I currently work for an organization based in the Cambridge Northville area. I'm here to speak in support of Policy Order 109. Cambridge should not be complicit in the human and apartheid that Israel is committing against Palestinians. Let's be clear, we should not conflate Judaism with the abuses that Israel has been committing for decades against Palestinians. I'd also like to speak in support of Policy Order 114 because we should always find alternatives to policing in our communities, and I would love to see that happen across our communities in Cambridge. Thank you so much.
We will go to Kit Callie, followed by Monty Montero Elliott.
Hi, my name is Kit Callie. I live at 6 Florence Street here in Cambridge. Councilors, I urge support Policy Order 109. This policy order puts nonviolent pressure on HP and other multinational corporations to stop enabling and profiting from violence and dispossession against Palestinians. HP technology uniquely makes apartheid possible. Thanks to HP, millions of Palestinians effectively live as prisoners from the day they're born until the day they die. Thanks to HP, Palestinians' homes, livelihoods, and lives can be and are stolen at will. Meanwhile, we here in Cambridge have the chance to end our complicity and to tell HP that either you can profit off of apartheid or you can profit off of us. And if we tell HP that, other cities will follow. Together, we can force HP to make a choice. We can do something right now in Cambridge that could ultimately help free millions of people. Knowing that, how can we do otherwise? We have the power to act, we have the power to lead, and so we must. Please enact PO 109, divest from HP, end our complicity, and end our apartheid. Thank you.
Monty Montero Elliott, followed by Jean Antine.
Monty Montero Elliott, Sydney Street, lifetime resident. I think we should keep addresses hidden all the time. This is great. I love privacy. First, I strongly support PO 109. I want to gently refocus us on the text of this policy order, which seeks to, quote, identify any companies that are in violation of Cambridge's policy on discrimination, including, but not limited to, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and HP Inc. over their role in abetting apartheid in the Middle East. If it singles out anybody, it's companies like Hewlett-Packard, which is entirely appropriate. I don't think it's right for us as a city to do business with any company that enables and profits from human rights violations. I don't care what company it is or what country it happens in. As Palestinians, they resist ethnic cleansing, and I support PO 109 because it effectively puts Cambridge's money where our mouth is. Second, speaking of putting money where our mouth is, I strongly support PO 114 to allocate funding to the HARP program as an alternative to policedoms. This program was created collaboratively by and with Black, Brown, and low-income communities in Cambridge, along with a whole coalition of individuals and organizations in a rigorous and truly community-based process. It is less service, less policing, not more, that will create freedom, healing, and lasting peace in both Palestine and the US. Thank you for your attention.
We're going to go to JP Delgado, who's back, and then
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jean Delgado Galdames, also known as just JP, from 276 Washington Street. I have been a resident of Cambridge of 8 years, and I'm here to the City Council of Cambridge to vote yes to end business ties with HP Enterprise. I am an immigrant. I understand what is to live through a conflict that is funded of US money. I think that should end. And I think that we should do our part locally to see that to happen. Jewish, Christian, and Muslim communities existed and coexisted in Palestine before British mandated occupation 74 years ago. I hope one day to see this with my own eyes. And I also want to say that I also reject all forms of anti-Semitism. There is no place in anti-Semitism in the fight for a free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Jean, and followed by Lennox Orion.
Jean, if you are in the Zoom, would you please raise your hand? I see a name, but there's no last name. Jean, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Jean.
I'm Jean Entine. I live at 259 Upland Road. I've lived here for 40 years. As I mentioned last time, I was a member of the first JVP National Board and helped to form the first local chapter. I do this work because I grew up as a privileged white person in the segregated South, and I identify with the pain of the persecuted and the capacity of people in power to actually ignore the very personhood of the people they oppress. And so I strongly support both 109 and 114. I believe that when people are occupied, resistance is justified. And it is us, the US, that has to change if the Palestinian call for freedom, justice, and equality is ever to be realized. If racism in America is ever to be faced, and if economics is seriously addressed. For Palestinians, we have to change our country, the US, militarily, diplomatically, and politically. I wish I could give examples if there were more time, and we have
Thank you for your testimony. We will go to Lennox Orion next.
Lennox has not joined. Diane Schrenzel, please go ahead.
Hello. I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a former member of the Cambridge community, and I strongly oppose those resolutions. It is appalling to me that this is even a question. I urge all of you to read The Son of Hamas, which explains from the son of a former founder of this known terrorist organization, how Israel is being demonized and the Palestinian leadership is to blame for much of this conflict. Besides, returning to that resolution, it does not promote peace, it does not help make things move forward, and I'm really appalled by this situation. I have left my own country, France, at the age of 18 to live here because I felt it was a safer place, and I'm seeing the tidal wave coming along, and it makes me feel very bad. So please stand for your values, and that means opposing 109 and 114. Thank you very much.
Ishraq Batulab, followed by Naomi Hashem.
Ishraq has not joined. Naomi Hatchin, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Naomi, and I am so grateful to the council for listening to our extensive testimony today, and I appreciate last week's accommodation, which allowed me to be here today. I reside in Inman Square, and I'm a board member of Temple Beth Shalom in Cambridge. I am here today to voice my opposition to policy order number 109. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, but certain forms of anti-Zionism always fuel anti-Semitism. And boycott, divestment, and sanction of Israel fits the bill. College campuses with a strong BDS presence see 3 to 4 times the anti-Semitic campuses without. I am sick of the violence caused by Hamas and Israel abroad, some of which you have heard about today, and sick of the drastic surge in anti-Semitism in the US over the last 2 weeks. Last week, during the previous council meeting, I was responsible for keeping over 100 Jewish people safe at an outdoor Shavuot event for which we chose not to request a police presence. Fortunately, only one person heard someone yell Jew at us as they passed. As a strong advocate for pro-peace measures, I would urge this council to adopt pro-peace resolutions which improve lives and relationships, not fuel hatred. Thank you.
Adam Haber. Followed by Roger Lowenstein.
Adam Haber, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Come back to Adam. Go to Roger.
Mayor Siddiqui, the next few haven't joined. I'm just finding the next person. 1 second.
Okay.
Avital Habshush, please go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Avital Habshush, which is, my last name is Judeo-Arabic, which means love for my people. And I strongly, I live at 114 Western and have been in Cambridge resident for the last 3 years. I'm against policy 109 and urge the council to do as well. As my name says, love for my people, love for all people. And this policy is something that is coming together and actually dividing us, which I hope that we can put that aside and actually find the love for one another and bring us together. As a proud American, and I'm residing in the birthplace of the United States democracy, I strongly oppose this because Israel is a bastion of democracy in the Middle East. This is a complex issue with lack of nuance, and supporting a BDS bill would not help. Thank you.
We're going to Avi Amazlino, followed by Miriam Fofana.
Avi, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I previously lived in Cambridge for 6 years, and I opposed the 114 and 109 to dispel the bloodline of apartheid in Israel. I'm a physician and I did my medical school and medical training in Israel. During my medical training, using our skill, I was trained to the crime 26 hours sleep and learn to fight sickness and death. Together, we broke bread and shared the highs and lows of personal lives, including weddings and tapas. We did it as comrades and equals. Israeli Arabs, full rights. What can be more different than apartheid? The use of term apartheid as a proposal of this resolution is ridiculous and ridiculous all those who have truly experienced racist apartheid, blacks and Jews had. I plead the council to reject the double standard and reject the
testimony. Miriam Fofana, followed by Trudy Goodman.
My name is Miriam Fofana. I'm a resident of Cambridge at 460 Green Street. I am here to speak in favor of Resolution 109. Some would have you believe that this resolution is about an identitarian conflict, but it is simply about human rights. To those who claim that Israel is the only democracy in the region with equal rights for all, I will point out that despite the recent ceasefire, it's now conducting raids and arrests of its Palestinian citizens, and Palestinian families are continuing to live under the threat of violence, eviction, and dispossession by illegal settlers who are protected by the state. When the legal regime under which one is tried, the neighborhood in which one can live, which road one can use, and the ability to marry are determined by one's religious and ethnic heritage, that is apartheid. I urge you to reject the misrepresentation and falsehood that BDS is hateful, divisive, anti-Semitic, that it will not make an impact, or that it impedes dialogue and negotiation. It is endorsed by Jewish organizations, it has worked in South Africa, and the dismantling of apartheid was a necessary step to allow dialogue. I urge you to stand up for justice and to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Next up is Trudy Goodman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Symbol. I appreciate it. My name is Trudy Goodman. I have been a resident of Cambridge for over 40 years. My parents had a hardware store here in West Cambridge. I'm a Jewish person who is also of Jewish Arabic descent. There have been some people here tonight who are also. Many of my ancestors were Palestinian and lived in the region that is currently designated as Palestine. I want to talk about why I don't think this is a good policy order. And it is less to do with BDS, which I despise. It has a whole lot more to do with the fact that it is setting peoples at each other's throat. I believe in working for peace in the Middle East. I always have. I am a Zionist. That does not mean that I agree with the current government of Israel, and you will find many Zionists who don't. The other thing is, it has been that the people there are racist. I am a mixed Jew, and there are many mixed Jews in Israel. Good evening.
Jane Carpenter, followed by Suzanne Bass Davis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so my name is Jane. I've lived in Cambridge for over 7 years. I currently live on Essex Street. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Chan School of Public Health. I'm calling to urge the City Council to vote in favor of policy orders 109 and 114. One of my closest childhood friends is Palestinian, and for years she's tirelessly advocated for her Palestinian community, but it takes its toll to have to constantly advocate for the right of your people to exist and have basic human rights. HP provides the IT infrastructure for the Israeli occupation and blockade of the West Bank and Gaza, supporting the operation of systems that fragment and segregate Palestinian territories and populations, create a system of tiered citizenship, and block Palestinians' access to food, supplies, utilities, basic human needs. And this doesn't even include what HP does in our own country, providing essential infrastructure for systems that enable mass incarceration, mass surveillance, and mass deportation, or in other places internationally. I urge the City Council to take this opportunity to show solidarity with the Palestinian community by divesting from HP and to invest in the health and safety of our community through the HEART program. Thank you.
Suzanne Bass Davis.
Mayor Siddiqui, Suzanne Bass Davis, and Thomas Miller have not joined. Ella McFarlane, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I'd like to abandon what I originally wanted to say, just to report some stats that I got from the meeting today. So from 7:53 evening, 17 people voiced their opinion to support policy 114. Yet there were many people who voted against 109, and there was no mention of 114. So I guess my question to Cambridge is, or the city of Cambridge, the concerned citizens that are here, how are you okay or unaware of what's going on with Black residents, Brown residents who are advocating for some protection for some mutual inner city? How are you not talking about that, but then also speaking so vehemently, so strongly about protection of your own people? I think as all citizens of one city, we need to stand up for each other and show that neighborly love now, take accountability now. Thank you.
We go to Eve Gerber, followed by Rachel Green.
My name is Eve. I'm a graduate of Harvard who returned to Cambridge to raise my 3 children in a social justice-oriented community. The Palestinian people deserve the peaceful enjoyment of their own land, but this is no solution. Counselors, you know these propositions have no legal purpose. They are simple declarations of demonization, false and misleading claims that demonize Jews and police. If passed, these propositions will be seen around the world as acts of anti-Semitism. They will strengthen the hand of Zionist hardliners. They will make it easier for American conservatives to oppose police reform and support the indefensible Netanyahu regime. Please reject the demonization of your neighbors and enforce the laws that you pass. Please don't put a target on my children's backs.
Rachel Green, followed by Srini Rangaswamy.
My name is Rachel Green, and I live on Essex Street in Cambridge, and I oppose Policy Order 109. As a Jewish resident of Cambridge, I currently feel physically unsafe in my own city. Just this past week, during outdoor prayer, members of our community needed to have an armed guard because we justifiably didn't feel safe. Instead of protecting the minority Jewish group in Cambridge, this resolution exacerbates the dangerous situation. The resolution is ingenuine and one-sided and proposes to hold HP and Israel to a standard that doesn't even apply to Cambridge-based companies. For example, many companies with presences in Cambridge have items in their supply chain created by Uyghur slave labor. Furthermore, we haven't even had a direct purchase order with HP in nearly 7 years. So this resolution is not fighting for a practical effect, but is primarily making a dangerous statement demonizing Israel while ignoring the fact that Israel is defending itself against a recognized terrorist organization. I urge you to oppose this policy.
We will go to Srini Rangaswamy, followed by Bill Lauder.
Mayor Siddiqui, I have Maya Sakathu next.
I think we heard from Maya, but maybe not.
I think it was a different Maya, sorry.
Okay.
Maya Sakathu, please.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Maya Sakatu, and I live in Peabody Terrace on Putney. I'm speaking today to oppose policy resolution number 109. I find it so backwards that you invest money to promote anti-racism, and yet you seek to enact policies that further racism against your own Jewish residents. Aside from the fact that Israel is absolutely not an apartheid state, my question for you council members is the following. Have you enacted any other policies against other countries in recent history? I ask you to look into your hearts and ask yourselves, why are you singling out the state of Israel? Is it possible that you have some sort of implicit bias against Jews? Anti-Semitic attacks against Jews are rising. What are you doing to protect your Jewish residents? I can tell you as a Jewish resident of Cambridge that you are creating an unsafe environment for us with this anti-Semitic legislation. Thank you for your time.
I think we already heard from Judith. We'll go to Rangaswamy next. I don't know if they're on the Zoom actually.
Just looking for the next person. There's a few that aren't on. Adina Betchhofer, please go ahead. You have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Adina. I'm a PhD student at MIT and a Cambridge resident. I'm also an American Israeli Jew. I stand firmly against 109 and against 129. I want to remind you that the BDS movement opposes the two-state solution. It has been linked to anti-Semitism and to excusing actions of terrorism. I was in Israel in summer 2014 when 3 teenage boys were kidnapped and murdered by Hamas terrorists. They were not soldiers, they were not oppressors, they were kids. I would like to stress that the city council should ensure the safety, security, and well-being of all residents. I cannot feel safe in a city that accepts a one-sided and oversimplified narrative of such a complicated and painful conflict. Over the last 2 weeks, I've been living from panic attack to panic attack. I felt and still feel deeply unsafe because I'm worried that my Jewish identity and my connection to Israel will make me into a target, as has happened to so many Jews around the world. Thank you for your time.
Is Ken Schulman here?
Mayor Siddiqui, the clerk has let us know that we did not hear from Judith Rosen yet, so we will call Judith.
I thought we suspended the rules to hear from Judith, but maybe there's another Judith. It's been a long night. Sorry,
you are correct. We heard from Susan and Judith right at the top. So next should be Ken Schulman. Sorry, Ken is not on. I'm just looking for the next person. David Wills, please go ahead. Unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, David Wills, student at Harvard Law School, opposing BDS policy number 109 and 129. BDS does not forward peace or human rights. Its stated purpose is the destruction of Israel. Its means is violence, including against Palestinians. It encourages violence like the some 4,000 rockets fired at civilians in recent weeks. I will read a transcript from a real call broadcast by Sky News demonstrating the Israeli military trying to minimize deaths and Hamas trying to maximize deaths. The Palestinian building supervisor said, quote, "You want to bomb? Bomb whatever you want," end quote. Israeli military, quote, "No, brother, we need to do everything we can so you don't die," end quote. Supervisor, quote, "We want to die," end quote. Israeli, quote, "But you have a responsibility for their lives," end quote. Supervisor, quote, "If the children need to die, then they'll die," end quote. Israeli, God forbid, what do you want to die?" End quote. Supervisor, "This is how we reveal your cruelty," end quote. You see, supporting BDS encourages needless deaths. It is anti-Semitic to side with terrorists rather than let the only Jewish state defend, and labeling democracy whose citizens are majority non-white as white supremacy.
Your time is up. Percy Tilzelnik, followed by Cecile Swabek.
Shoshana Rosenberg, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shoshana Rosenberg, and I have lived on Hancock Street for almost 13 years. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to policy order number 109. It's not clear why the council is even focusing on this issue, given the city doesn't have any current contracts with HP. As a resident, I'm extremely disappointed that my representatives are spending time proposing resolutions that single out and malign Israel under the guise of concern for human rights. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote against this policy order.
Is Deanna Barris next?
Hello, can you?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Barris, and I am a Jewish resident of Cambridge. I urge the City Council to vote in favor of Policy Order 109 to end the city's contracts with HP and other companies complicit in apartheid against Palestinians. For years, Palestinians have called for nonviolent international support and solidarity through the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. As a Jew, I am deeply concerned by criticisms that BDS is anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish. The global BDS movement is vocally anti-racist and opposed to anti-Semitism. Calling BDS anti-Semitic creates a dangerous conflation of the actions of the Israeli government with the intentions of all Jewish people. It is critical that we are able to critique the Israeli state as any other government perpetrating human rights violations. I urge the City Council to vote in favor of Policy Order 109 to show solidarity with Palestinians. I'd also like to voice my support for Policy Order 114. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm going to go to Ishraq, who's back.
Hello, I am Ishraq and I'm a Cambridge community member. I urge the council to unanimously vote yes on policy number 109 and 114. Divesting from companies that support ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians is not and should not be controversial, nor is it inherently anti-Semitic. It's time for Cambridge to put its money where its mouth is and divest from HP and invest in the Bridge Heart program.
Next up is Elizabeth Miller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good evening all. My name is Elizabeth Miller and I am a proud alumna of the Harvard Graduate School of Education and a Jew. I am here today to speak in vehement opposition to Public Orders 109 and 129. I was shocked and appalled. The city of Cambridge on the Jewish holiday of Shavuot was even willing to consider such anti-Semitic measures because make no mistake, they are indeed anti-Semitic. The ultimate goal of BDS is eliminating Israel as a Jewish state. The issue with these resolutions is that they criticize only Israel. Such simplistic scapegoating won't bring peace, it will only fuel extremism. I want to say a few notes about the demands of the BDS movement to end the occupation by Israel of Palestinian lands. Jews are an indigenous people with a 4,000-year-old claim to Israel. Nonetheless, Israel has repeatedly offered to withdraw from almost all of the West Bank to create a Palestinian state. The Palestinians have rejected each of these offers. I hope the Cambridge City Council quickly denounces these resolutions and stands up to the hatred and racism of Jews in the same way they did for Black Lives Matter and Stop Asian Hate. Because if not, you're all...
Espinoza is next, followed by Shaya Kavidi.
Hello, this is Corinna Espinosa. I'm a grandparent, a parent, a resident, an employee, a volunteer, and a voter in Cambridge. I'm here tonight to urge the council to vote in favor of Policy Order 114 and Policy Order 109. Policy Order 114 is important because we need alternatives to police in Cambridge, and we need them now. I want my tax dollars and our budget to fund the Holistic Emergency Alternative Response Team, otherwise known as the HART proposal. This is an alternative public safety program with emergency response, transformative justice, and restorative justice components. I am a survivor of different kinds of violence and assaults, and I grew up in a domestic violence home. Police do not make me, my family, or my community feel safe. I reject all forms of anti-Semitism and support Policy Order 109. It's important that our dollars represent our values and that we do not engage companies that participate in violating human rights. Thank you.
Shai Kavidi, followed by, I think, Robert Mayer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the stage. I'm speaking in my capacity as the World Jewish Congress Ambassador to the Boston area, as well as a high school alum and a Cambridge resident. Israel is the US's biggest ally. This has been emphasized time and time again by the current administration. Approving this current motion could cause a diplomatic incident. Furthermore, there is no apartheid regime in Israel. Israel is a country that provides equal rights to all Arab citizens in Israel, in which Arabs are members of the parliament, serve as Supreme Court judges, and generals in the Israeli military. Many of the comments here are uninformed, misleading, and racist against the only democracy in the Middle East. Moreover, Israeli companies provide huge economic benefits to the city of Cambridge. This is a law, have no mistake. If you pass this request, the next request will be to ban 10 companies, then 100 companies. Israeli companies add $18 billion to the region's GDP. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you oppose this resolution.
Next up, I believe it's Robert Meyer. Mayor.
Hi, my name is Robert Meyer, and I urge you to oppose Order 109. Last Monday, in the midst of the holiday of Shavuot, the holiday that celebrates the acceptance of the Ten Commandments, I witnessed a shameful display of lies and blood libels against my people. It was right here in the Cambridge City Hall Council. One of the 10 commandments, by the way, is thou shalt not bear false witness. It is inconceivable that the serious body of elected officials would blatantly ignore decades of history of attempts to and to get to peace, only to come to the false and extreme one-sided conclusion. The violent events here in the US cities against Jews demonstrate the atmosphere by the rhetoric expressed here against Israel and the Jewish people. One of the city council members is on the record saying the message is unequivocal. I appreciate Shavuot holiday, but last week was Eid that didn't seem to prevent the Israeli government. So why do you fault the Jews in Cambridge? You deny Jews in Cambridge the ability to exercise their civic rights in an act of discrimination, and likewise, you call for further discrimination through boycott.
For your testimony. Next up is Dorit Cohen. Dorit Cohen.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Dorit Cohen. I'm a longtime resident and mother of 4 kids here. I oppose Policy 109. This policy order is discriminating against Israeli immigrants like myself, dangerous to my American kids, and unfairly using Cambridge and its reputation as a BDS tool to single out Israel. It is Hamas that is terrorizing Palestinians and using kids for cover. It's not Israel that does not honor human rights. 109 hijacks and dilutes American values of social justice. There is misinformation and false propaganda against Israel and the values it holds. Please base your heartfelt decision on truth and facts and not on a distortion. Reject 109. Thank you for your time.
We're going to go to Joan Whittaker.
Joan Whittaker, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
You think we'll go to...
Joan seems to be unable to mute. Marilyn Frankenstein, please go ahead.
Marilyn Frankenstein, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Holworthy Street, Cambridge, resident for 40 years, retired UMass Boston quantitative reasoning professor. I'm speaking to strongly support 109 for BDS and 114, the Hart proposal. I'm a little Jewish lady. I feel traumatized and unsafe when I hear all the lies and disinformation and illogical arguments being made by opponents of BDS. I feel safe because there are people who support BDS and the Hart proposal. Last week, I stated strong support for 109 to honor the commitment Cambridge made in 2009 to condemn human rights violations in Palestine. Tonight, I want to add my strong support for the Hart proposal, developed through an impressive community-led process. Both these policies offer peaceful solutions to issues of safety. Please vote yes on both of them. This will make everyone in Cambridge safe.
We'll go to Adam Haber next.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Adam Haber. I am a Jewish resident of 52 Pleasant Street in Cambridge and faculty member at the Harvard School of Public Health. I urge the council to continue Cambridge's history of speaking up for human rights by passing Policy Orders 109 and 114. Policy Order 109 is an essential measure to pressure Israel to stop its violent oppression, and it is cynical to label it anti-Semitic. particularly when it is supported by so many Jews. As a Jew, I support the Palestinian call for BDS. The 20 Jewish community members who spoke in favor of 109 last week support BDS. Many more tonight support BDS. A 2018 survey of over 1,000 American Jews by the American Jewish Committee found that 27% believe Israel cannot be both Jewish and democratic. Are all of these anti-Zionist American Jews also anti-Semitic? It is ridiculous to suggest that they are, and equally ridiculous to suggest that peaceful economic protest of Israel's brutal colonization could be anti-Semitic. The city must cut ties with HP through Policy Order 109 and invest community alternatives to policing by passing Policy Order 114. Thank you.
Hannah Friedman, you're next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the city, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts on Policy Order 109 and Policy Order 114 regarding the city's contract with Hewlett Packard and other companies complicit tied against Palestinians, as well as the development and implementation of the Cambridge HEART program. When people are living under occupation and in an apartheid state, they have the rights. And one of the forms of resistance that's being called for by Palestinian civil society is to boycott specific corporations that profit off of the occupation. The city of Cambridge has a long history of leadership on human and civil rights, and in order to keep that leadership, Cambridge must bring the city's investment and contractual practices in line with international calls for solidarity to demand human rights. As a Jewish person, I'm asking you to vote with your heart to support international calls for solidarity so that we can inch closer to nation for all. Like Rabbi Abelson said earlier tonight, Cambridge should be proud to end contracts with a company profiting off of militarization. In addition, I also need the city to invest in alternative public safety infrastructure led by the
Thank you for your testimony. I don't think Lily R is here, or nor David Boris is next.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my name is David Boris. I'm a 27-year resident of Cambridge, a 30-year member of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, and a member of the Board of Directors of Harvard University Hillel. I'm speaking in strong opposition to Policy Order 109. I'm against this proposal for three primary reasons. One, this proposal has nothing to do with the welfare of Cambridge residents, and it is not wise use of the city's human and economic resources. Two, the legislation is explicitly part of the global boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israel. The purpose of BDS is not to test the occupation or change Israeli policy, but to isolate and pressure Israel until it ceases to exist. Israel until it ceases to exist. It will, in fact, encourage the parties to dig in and resist meaningful resolution efforts. There are numerous conflicts throughout the world ongoing. Millions of Uyghurs are being brutally repressed by China. But this Cambridge Council finds that Israel alone is deserving of blame and of legislative punishment. This is blatantly anti-Semitic, at a time when anti-Semitic...
Tammy, and then Corinna Anderson.
I'm speaking on behalf of Skip Schill, a resident of Sacramento Street in Cambridge, who could not be here tonight. I strongly support this policy order, order number 109, which would require the city manager to review contracts with companies that violate the city's policy on discrimination. Since 2003, I have photographed aspects of the conflict in Palestine, Israel. At times, the specific ways Hewlett Packard supports and profits from the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of Gaza. In particular, by installing and supporting systems that biometrically track Palestinians at checkpoints, deny them water and healthcare in the Gaza Strip, and imprison without due process. Decades ago, thanks to public pressure, Cambridge ended complicity with Polaroid's development and manufacture of the photographic passes South Africans suffering under apartheid were required to carry. The current situation in Palestine parallels what was happening in South Africa. This is a moral and humanitarian law issue. where we as a city can foster justice and compliance with international law.
Thank you
Unlike the last
for your testimony. Corinna Anderson.
Hi, my name is Corinna. I'm a Cambridge community member at 1 Bow Street, and I want to urge the council to vote yes on both Policy Order 109 and 114. During the recent Israeli bombing of civilians in Gaza with US-made bombs, we've seen the US public slowly begin to realize how deep our complicity in these atrocities goes. Thousands of people have come out into the streets here in solidarity with Palestinian liberation, and more progressive politicians in the US are beginning to speak out. It's becoming apparent that supporting the system of oppression that Israel imposes on Palestinians will no longer be viable for people who call themselves progressives. I urge the city councilors to consider which side of history they wish to be on and want Cambridge to be on in their choice today. Policy Orders 109 and 114 are complementary. While the first divests Cambridge from systematic oppression abroad, the second invests in creating systems of caretaking here in our city. I urge the council to support HEART and to provide resources for mental health crises, those suffering domestic violence, and without the threat of violence from police.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to Louise Parker.
Hi, I'm a Cambridge resident and a member of BSA and OR, speaking on behalf of our Revolution Cambridge in favor of 114 and 109. The HEART proposal is a truly transformative vision for public safety developed through a highly participatory process involving representatives of activists, neighborhood, health, and human service and faith organizations in consultation with experts from across the country, and informed by extensive interviews with members. HEART, therefore, is rooted in community needs. I am also speaking on behalf of 109, which you've heard is anti-Semitic and out to destroy the state of Israel. This is not the case.
Thank you for your testimony.
Promoting democracy and freedom.
Feiderman is next. Cara, are you there?
Cara Siderman, please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Now I can. I'm sorry, can we start again from the top?
Let's start the clock again. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Cara Siderman, Charles Street in East Cambridge. My testimony is this. Isn't there enough divisiveness in this world? What possible purpose does this order serve? It will solve nothing on an international level, but will instead incite strife and potential violence within our own community. Using recent events as an excuse is disingenuous, as this order was first proposed 3 years ago. No mistake, continuing to blame Israel for simply wanting to exist is anti-Semitism. Where is the outrage against Hamas, a terrorist organization whose raison d'etre is Israel's annihilation? This order is an anti-Semitic and discriminatory act that I take personally, making me fear for myself and my family. Instead of taking this step, the council might look towards what it can do to redress anti-Semitism within the community itself. For example, there have been multiple incidents at the high school with swastikas and anti-Semitic language written on the walls, and students who sport swastika tattoos. I suggest the council school committee to create a curriculum based on
Thank you for your testimony. Alicia Khan?
Alicia, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Elisa Khan. I'm a pediatrician at Boston Children's Hospital and an assistant professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking today as a Cambridge resident, a parent, and as a Kashmiri American. For those who may not know, Kashmir is one of the most demilitarized zones in Earth. So I know a little bit about occupation and about state-sanctioned violence. I'm here today to urge you to support Policy Order 109 as well as Policy Order 14, which are interconnected. I ask you in addition as a pediatrician to speak up and do the right thing so that we're not committing human rights violations to children. 63 children have died during the last war. That's unconscionable. Children there are orphaned. They're suffering from PTSD, from malnutrition, from displacement, from unclean water and lack of sanitation. Their schools are being destroyed. Medical personnel are being targeted. This is essentially state-sanctioned violence, and I ask you to do the right thing as a progressive city and uphold our ideals and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Layla Phillip.
The next speaker in the Zoom is Layla Cabal.
Layla?
Yes, hi. I'm Layla Cable. I live in Cambridge on 20 Crescent. I've been here 43 years and raised 3 children. I'm Palestinian American, and every visit home has been worse. I see my family and friends being squeezed in smaller and smaller spaces, and I myself witnessed how the data collection affected me as I'm traveling across. I'm asking vote for 109 and 114 because safety of the human beings is more important than actual money. Let's put people before profits. I support 109 and also 114 because for us, it's the same kind of situation. People need human dignity, care, psycho treatment for stress, for violence, and the same is happening in the United States as it is under occupation. And this is not anti-Semitic because I have a lot of Jewish friends and my family is mixed history in the background, but we really need to pay attention to human rights, justice.
Thank you.
Caring for.
I think that was time, Layla. Sorry, we had an issue with the timer. Will you let me know when the timer's fixed?
Yes, the time has expired though.
Next person is Henry Wardis.
Hello, my name is Henry Wardis, and I'm speaking on behalf of Our Revolution Cambridge. I live at 106 Broad Street. I am not speaking tonight as a victim or as a voice for the oppressed, but as an ally. There's an enormous disparity of power in Palestine, with the state of Israel the beneficiary of billions in US aid, given even as the armed conflict raged. As an ally of the Palestinian people opposed to the current policies of Netanyahu and Likud and the state of Israel, I do not recognize as an ally anyone who opposes a policy order that reduces in the smallest way aid to the military and security arm of an oppressive force. I recognize the power of a movement to support the Palestinian people, and the City Council can help that movement grow. Thank you.
Next up, we have Farid Ben Anna. Farid Ben. Farid.
Red, please unmute yourself. You are free to speak.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Farid Benanat. We live on Clay Street in Cambridge. And we've been living here for like about 21 years. I also work in Cambridge for a big Israeli pharma company. And I'm strongly opposing a policy order 109. Um, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just misplaced my glasses. I can't read what's in front of me. I think you can go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, we will go to, is Mark on the Zoom? Mark Germanos?
Mayor Siddiqui.
You have the floor. Please go ahead.
Mayor Siddiqui, just through you. I think we should pause once, have to reset the timer because it's having a glitch. I'm just going to reset it and we're going to go right back to the next speaker.
Okay.
We can go to the next speaker.
I think it's Mark Germanos.
Hello, my name is Marianos and I live at 764 Cambridge Street. I ask the City Council to vote yes on Policy Order 109. HP exclusively provides PCs to the Israeli military, which are used as part of the military's arsenal to carry out murderous acts on Palestinian civilians, including children, like last week's assault on Gaza, which are characterized as war crimes according to international law, and also carry out forceful expulsions of Palestinians from their homes, like the Sheikh al-Jarrah neighborhood, which are in turn colonized by settlers, and this action has been deemed illegal by the International Court of Justice. Israel is subjecting the Palestinian people to forms of discrimination, domination, terror, and oppression. This is only about human rights and nothing else. So I urge you to hold HP accountable for profiting from these immoral and illegal acts by terminating all contracts and purchasing with HP to end our economic complicity. Thank you.
Stuart.
Stuart, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hey, hello? Does that work?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I've lived in Cambridge for 45 years. I'm a homeowner and Cambridge school parent. First of all, if this is a genocide of the Palestinians in Israel, it is the most failed genocide anywhere and any time in human history. The Palestinian population has increased by more than six times, and that is simply since the end of the Israeli War of Independence. Secondly, if anti-Zionism does not promote anti-Semitism, why is it that at rallies in Los Angeles and New York City last weekend, following the ceasefire, when people left pro-Hamas rallies, not pro-Palestinian or pro-Gaza, but pro-Hamas rallies, descended on people walking wearing religious Jewish garb, when they slammed them to the ground and punched them and kicked them, did they say, "You deli," or did they say, "You damn Jew"? That is sadly the world in which we live, and which we don't want to contribute to.
Next up, it's Chris Affleck, followed by Heike Scotton. Chris Affleck.
Chris, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Affleck. I live at 20 Granville Road, and I'd like to speak in favor of Policy Order 109. I've been to Palestine and Israel twice, where I saw the long, narrow cages that every morning are crowded shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of Palestinians on their way to work. It can take them 1, 2, or 3 hours before they get to the point where their identity is checked by an Israeli soldier using biometric hardware and software supplied and maintained by Hewlett-Packard. In my travels, I met Israeli and Palestinian activists who both said that there will be no justice and no peace without pressure from the international community. This is our opportunity to do what you can. A yes vote on Policy Order 109 will not instantly change the world. It will be a small but important addition. It is what we can do. And for the, thank you very much.
Next up, we have Heike Scotton, followed by Carolyn Majid.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Heike and I live on Mass Ave. I'm a former Cambridge resident. I've lived in Cambridge for over 10 years, and I'm here to speak in support of policy orders number 109 and 114. Divesting from companies that facilitate dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and illegal military occupation does not harm Jewish people or make them unsafe. Hewlett Packard is the exclusive supplier of personal computers to the Israeli Defense Force. It is the Israeli Defense Force that implements the dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and illegal military occupation of Palestine and the Palestinian people. Jewish people inside Israel and around the world reject dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and illegal military occupation, whether it's done by Israel or the United States or any other settler colonial power. All of us are safer when we reject dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and illegal military occupation, Jewish people included. And it is for the same reasons that I support Policy Order 114 in terms of keeping all of us safe. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name's Carolyn Majid, 71 Reed Street. I'm speaking for Policy Orders 114 and 109. 114, the Cambridge Hart proposal, unlike the just released Future of Public Safety report, comes out of a transparent and collaborative community process led by those most affected by current police actions. Based on extensive research and consultation on best practices with leading alternative response experts, it proposes to center members of most affected communities, both as responders and management. Cambridge Hart is the truly community-based alternative response approach that our community needs and can rely on. Policy Order 109 moves cutting ties with Hewlett Packard, a major facilitator of the apartheid system Israel has created for Palestinians. Given that system and the recent mass bombings against Gaza and human rights violations on a massive scale, how is it surprising that there is a focus at this point on Israel? Thank you.
Next up, Khadija Al-Rijlai.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Rucker, and I have worked in the nonprofit sector in Cambridge for nearly a decade. I support Cambridge severing ties with HP Inc., HP Enterprises, and all companies supporting Israeli apartheid, PO 109, and investing in community-based holistic emergency alternative response teams/programs and away from policing systems to support marginalized community members in Cambridge by adopting the CART program, PO 114. HP profits off racism and brutality all over the world. In the US's prisons and jails, HP exploits barely compensated and incarcerated labor while winning hundreds of millions in contracts to supply technology and software, including, quote, offender management systems that assume continuous guilt and enact continuous punishment against currently and formerly incarcerated people. PO 109 and 114 offer Cambridge the opportunity to invest its substantial resources in justice and remove support from oppression.
Daniel Hast, followed by Marcel Safar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel Hast. As a community member and a Jewish American, I urge you to support Policy Orders 109-14, divest from racism, apartheid, and prisons, and invest in our community. Cambridge has a real opportunity today to be a leader in human rights and take action toward ending apartheid and the decades-long persecution of the Palestinian people. Israel is undeniably an apartheid state, a conclusion supported by multiple well-respected human rights organizations. Please do not let disingenuous, reckless accusations of anti-Semitism distract from the reality on the ground. Millions of Palestinians are facing brutal violence, ethnic cleansing, massacres, and dispossession from their land, and companies like HP are helping the Israeli apartheid regime carry out these atrocities. Let me say it clearly. Standing up for human rights is not anti-Semitism. Jewish values demand that we do not abide injustice anywhere.
Thank you.
Palestinian civil
Thank you
society.
for your testimony. Marcel Saffer, followed by Chloe Cunha. Actually,
You have
going
the
to go
floor.
to,
Please unmute yourself.
okay. Thought you wanted to go to David Schonberg.
Siddiqui. Yeah, Marcel seems to be unable to mute.
Okay, so let's go to David Schonberg. Yeah, I don't know if David's on.
Hi,
Oh, there you are.
my name is David Schubert. I'm a student at Harvard and I live in Cambridge during the school year. I'm speaking against Policy Order 109. My younger brother is currently in Israel. A friend of mine was called the K word when she was just walking through Harvard Yard as a Jew. I'm against the resolution because the unbalancing targeting of the Jewish would make me feel unsafe as a Jew living in Cambridge.
Did you unmute yourself by accident?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Next up is Marcel Safar and then Chloe Cunha.
Marcel, please go ahead. You have the floor. Chloe Cunha, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Cunha, Sacramento Street, and I am commenting today in support of policy orders number 109 and 114. Born and raised in Cambridge. I've been here my whole life. And I'm moved by the testimony of those that I heard this week as well. And even recently in the Boston Globe, an article yesterday by Abdallah Fayyad about being displaced and removed from your home. I can't even imagine what that would feel like. I think, as others have said, it is clear that what is happening is something that we should respond to, and what we can do is divest from HP. I just recently saw an image of a 10-year-old boy being arrested by IDF soldiers, and I connected that in my head to cops arresting young Black children, which is, I have to say this real quick, 114 Heart Invest, please. Thank you.
Renee Kaczynski, followed by Elizabeth Fieg.
Renee Kaczynski, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Grace, go ahead.
Yes, I am a Cambridge resident since 1978, an active member of Jewish Voice for Peace and the Boston Workers Circle, which is a sectarian Jewish group for social justice. I am in favor of Policy Order 109, which is invested in Hewlett Packard is invested in Israeli apartheid. I journeyed to Israel and Palestine in 2015 and observed that firsthand the oppressions that the Israeli state oppresses Palestinians. I think it's important that the council weigh in with an economic boycott of Hewlett Packard's time. We need to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Renee. That's time. Sam Slate, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Sam Slate, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself. We will go next to Amanda Saunders. Amanda, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Amanda Saunders. I work in and am moving back to Cambridge. I'm here to strongly support BDS and the council and ask the council to vote yes on policy orders 109 and 114 because I believe that Cambridge stand in solidarity with Palestine and end contracts with HP and other companies upholding and profiting from apartheid against Palestinians and the horrors ICE perpetrates in the US. Cambridge has a legacy of being on the right side of history, but we must expand upon that leadership. Justice does not just happen, it demands ongoing action in our local communities. I hope we will respond to Palestinian calls for justice with action and dedication on behalf of those who face the violences of white supremacy and colonialism. As a Jewish woman whose grandmother survived dispossession and ethnic cleansing, it feels unfathomable to not stand up in the face of those same atrocities. Please vote yes on Policy Order 109 and 114 and take action to end our complicity with the ongoing genocide and occupation of Palestine. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ethan Klein. Ethan, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Ethan Klein from 150 Albany Street. I've studied in Cambridge for 7 years. I'm an Israeli American, and I strongly oppose Policy Order 109. Supporters of this resolution say that accusations of anti-Semitism in response to calls for Palestinian justice are cynical and out of line. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Just this Friday, as I was walking home wearing my yarmulke on Sabbath Eve, a car pulled up next to me and the occupant shouted, "Free Palestine." I was not waving an Israeli flag. I was not justifying the actions of the Israeli government. I was a visibly Jewish man walking home alone at night, being harassed by my neighbors. There's a reason no observant Jew supports BDS. BDS supporters don't have to face the consequences. No connection between today's conflict and anti-Semitism. The president of our country, the vice president, the speaker of the House would not need to speak out. We would not see Jews savagely beaten on the streets of LA in the name of fighting apartheid. I cannot say whether passing this charter right will ensure the city embody the values it put on paper as you see. I can say it will ensure the city fails to protect the live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Next up, we have Sarah Itkis. Sarah, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Itkis, and I'm testifying in support of Policy Order 109, and I also stand in support of Policy Order 114. I'm going to use my time to direct respond to the people claiming that BDS is anti-Semitic and somehow poses a threat to the safety of the Jewish community. As an Israeli citizen who is a child of Soviet immigrants, raised in the Orthodox community, grew up on an Israeli settlement in the West Bank, and whose younger sister currently serves in the Israeli military, I am firm in my conviction that BDS is not anti-Semitic. The aggressive and alienating treatment myself and other Jewish anti-Zionists have received from the Orthodox and Zionist communities, including my own family, the assaults I have received on my character, and the doxing that me and my organizing peers face from organizations like Camera and the Canary Mission, these make me feel unsafe. And the expectations that as a Jew, I must blindly stand with Israel, these are anti-Semitic. I won't even go into the hypocrisy of those crying out for their own safety while remaining silent in the face of the act of genocide and ethnic cleansing being enacted in their name. I urge the city council to not be fooled by the—
Thank you, Sarah. That was the time. Next, we have Jessica Rizkov. Jess, if you can unmute yourself, please, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Cool. So I am of Forbes Street in JP. I am urging you to support Policy Order 109 and 114. My comment is about 109 specifically. I lived, went to school, and worked in Cambridge for 8 years. I'm a first-generation Lebanese American from a family who came here as refugees of the Lebanese Civil War, in which Israel also contributed their violence. Too many people in Cambridge at a civilian and various institutional levels, as we've heard tonight, are progressive except for Palestine and the Middle East. This has always made me and other Arabs, especially Palestinians, feel unwelcome and unsafe. This willful blind spot in Cambridge is dehumanizing and racist. It is a complicity which allows our tax dollars to continue bankrolling an apartheid state and the violent disposition of indigenous Palestinians from their ancestral lands. I love Cambridge, and I want the city to put its money where its progressive mouth is and out of the pockets of HP and the Israeli government. Thank you.
Noah Taroff, please go ahead. Noah Todorov, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Noah Todorov. I live in Jamaica Plain. I've been a resident of Boston for over 12 years. Previously worked in Cambridge for almost 4. I'm here to voice my support for Proposition 109 to divest from HP and any companies complicit in apartheid. As a Jewish resident of Boston, the atrocities being committed by the Israeli government hand in hand with corporations like HP in no way represent me or the Jewish community, anything I stand for, and supporting divestment is not supporting Hamas. These are the actions of a settler colonialist ethnocracy performing ethnic cleansing in the largest open-air prison. These are actions that require cities like Cambridge to take immediate initiative. Cambridge has before been a progressive world leader using divestment successfully against the apartheid in South Africa. I ask that you once again make us proud and once again lead the world in ending the occupation and apartheid in Palestine.
Thank you, Noah. Next, we have Marshall Gilson. Marshall, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My name is Marshall Gilson. I worked in Kendall Square between 2013 and 2019, and I strongly urge you to support policy order number 109. Opponents of this policy order sound goofy to me. Israel wields a military funded to the tune of billions of dollars per year, and occupied Palestine does not. That sounds goofy. Unless every single human rights violation is addressed at the same time, they oppose addressing any of them. Goofy. The people here tonight supporting the boycotts are not attacking Jewish Cantabrigians. Rather, they are Black, brown, queer, poor, dispossessed, and in many cases Jewish themselves. Boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning are not violent approaches. Lending cover to the Israeli military is goofy. By equating the Israeli government with Judaism, opponents acknowledge that they do not view Israel as a multicultural democracy, but as an ethno-state of their own. That is colonialism, and it is goofy. We have heard detractor after detractor tell outright lies. They have ignored that the policy calls for evaluations of other companies, dismissed the firsthand testimony of Palestinians and all locals by repeating the lie that Israel protects human rights for all of its.
Thank you, Marshall. Next, we will have William Rum. William, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is William, clinical social worker with the Cambridge Health Alliance based in East Cambridge, and I urge you to vote yes on policy orders 109 and 114. I want to put to rest this false claim from opponents that Cambridge is not purchasing from HP. Cambridge's assistant city manager for finance said this week the city purchases office supplies through a contract with W.B. Mason, which may include supplies from Hewlett-Packard. And indeed, the city council has told us that buildings have long been equipped with HP products. That W.B. Mason serves as an intermediary in the distribution of these Hewlett-Packard products to Cambridge does not the fact that Cambridge is spending public money to buy HP products for city purposes while HP is upholding Israeli apartheid. Also, when opponents claim policy order 1 singles out Israel, I must assume they simply do not know Cambridge's proud history. Cambridge unanimously passed a resolution condemning Saudi Arabian violence in 2018, spoke against Latin American dictators in the 90s, and took a stand against apartheid in South Africa in 1979. Indeed, global justice is our local responsibility. Do not lower the bar in this case for Israel. Pass.
Thank you, William. Next, we have Sophia Adler. Sophia, please mute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm Sophia and I'm a Cambridge resident. I'm an active member and volunteer within the community for the past 2 years. I'm here to strongly oppose Policy Resolution 109 and 129. For the first time, I feel really unsafe living in this community, as the charters we're discussing today legitimize anti-Semitic acts against me and many of my fellow Jewish residents. The BDS movement dehumanizes Israel as an aggressor, holds Israel to a higher standard than any other nation, and identifies Israel as a colonizer without the right to exist. I'm no stranger to anti-Semitism. This is something me and my family have been facing forever. My grandmother having fled the Holocaust to the only place that would take her when America would not, to modern day Israel. And I'm not here to tell you the Israeli government is perfect. It's far from it. There's a lot of work to do. I pray for a day when we can see peace and a sense of security for both our Israeli and Palestinian brothers and sisters. I'm here to ask you to recognize these charters for what they are, anti-Semitism in yet another form. Thank you.
Amory Davis is next.
Esme, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, welcome, good evening, and thank you for this time. Imagine if the white supremacist insurrectionists that overtook the nation's capital on January 6th was used as the harbinger to justify the systemic murder and killing of our Black, Brown, Jewish, and Arab communities in the US. That's exactly what those who oppose BDS and instead center Hamas radicalist actions do in order to justify the violent crimes against humanity sanctioned by the 11th most military power in the world, supported by our US tax dollars, while we are told at home that there isn't enough money to defund the police, support Medicare for all, minimum wage, public infrastructure, all of which disproportionately affect the Black and Brown community. I am the daughter of an African-American father and a Palestinian-American mother, and I implore you to pass Resolution 114 and 109. Thank you.
Liza Barents next.
Liza, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Mayor Siddiqui, Liza seems to be unable to unmute. There are a couple of people that we skipped over just a minute ago. May I call them?
Please.
Elizabeth Feig. Elizabeth, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Feig. I'm a healthcare provider and employee affiliate of Harvard University. I support Policy 109 and 14 because I support the safety, health, and well-being of Palestinians and members of Black and minority communities. I support Policy 109 to end city purchase HP and divest from a company complicit in the Israeli apartheid against Palestinians. I support Policy 114 for the HEART program to develop non-violent and non-incarcerative public safety programs. Cambridge has always been a leader in anti-racism and anti-apartheid efforts, and I hope Cambridge will vote to uphold the city's commitment to equity and global justice. I humbly request and call upon the Cambridge City Manager to support and pass policies 109 and 114. Thank you.
Mayor Siddiqui, can we also call on Sam Slate?
Go ahead, Sam Slate.
Hi, my name is Sam Slate, and I am a Jewish Cambridger living at 6 Trainmore Street. I'm speaking to you in support of Policy Order 109 and will be addressing specifically claims of anti-Semitism. The boycott, divestment, sanctions, from my own understanding and my experiences, is not anti-Semitic. I do not personally feel as though holding the state of Israel accountable for its oppression of Palestinians through non-violent targets me as a Jew. Jewish organizations will claim to represent all of us and speak for us, even as we raise our voices in defiance and say that we, as proud Jews, do not stand for our money being used to hurt and to kill. I urge you, as our elected leaders, to look past the attempts to lump all Jewish Cambridge residents together. I hope that in your assessment of this bill, you understand that we as Jews are not monolithic, and those who wish to use blanket terms to describe our thoughts on anti-Semitism are silencing many Jews like me. Thank you.
Mayor Siddiqui, did you call Lennox Orion?
Earlier, so yeah, let's go back to Lennox. But I don't see Lennox.
Looks like Lennox is not here, but I was receiving a message that they were on. Okay, I think we're back in order.
So is Liza? Or did we go to Liza? I think it's Liza.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, great. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute before. My name is Liza Barron. I am a board member at a 100-year-old Jewish organization locally called Boston Worker Circle, who I'm not representing. But I am here to address the argument that's been brought up that Cambridge has a relationship with a toy manufacturing center in China that allows a wide range of labor violations. Also, opponents have brought up partnerships with Chinese companies interning Uyghur Muslims. So I want to address that proponents of Justice for Palestine support action to investigate and as necessary to Cambridge's relationships there. But it's transparently clear that opponents of Policy Order 109 are raising concerns about Cambridge's relationship with China at this precise moment in an attempt to silence advocacy. Support 109 and 114. Thank you very much.
Alma Bengio, followed by Nina Mukherjee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alma Benjo. I live in Cambridge as a student. I'm speaking against 109. I strongly oppose the attempt to pass any extreme anti-Israel resolution because if this isn't a way to place blame on a specific actor, it is placing it on the wrong one. Hamas is a terror organization seeking to destroy Israel at the expense of the Palestinians. By directly punishing Israel, the terror will not reduce, nor will peace be achieved for Palestinians or Israelis. This policy order also directly promotes discrimination and hate. While Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East exercising equal civil rights upon all its people, Hamas is a terror organization that is anti-Semitic, anti-women's rights, anti-LGBTQ, and does not respect freedom of speech nor religion. I believe that this resolution is seeking to negatively affect a democracy that prioritizes equality and inclusion and uses its money and resources for medical and technological advances that the whole world benefits from. To pass this resolution would be falsely affirm the contrary. Thank you.
Nina Mukherjee.
Nina, please unmute.
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm reading on behalf of Nina at 13 Marcella Street. I ask you to vote for policy orders 109 and 114. I will focus on 109. HP profits from the surveillance and oppression of Palestinian civil society is making a very basic request that we boycott them. I am Jewish and a member of the Boston Workers Circle. It is largely my Jewish identity and legacy that informs my support for Palestinians and BDS. My grandmother, who lost family to pogroms and the Holocaust, was a socialist and an internationalist who was skeptical of Israel's creation and opposed the displacement and oppression of Palestinians. For me, being Jewish is about opposing injustice and ethnic cleansing when it is directed at our own community and at other communities. For this reason, I throw my support behind the movement for Palestinian liberation, as I also throw my support behind the movement for Black Lives, the movement against Hindu fascism in India, and other movements for justice. BDS is not about singling out an issue. It is one of many important calls to action. To neglect that call is a political and moral failure. On the topic of the movement for Black Lives, I spoke in support of defunding the police last year, and I wholly support policy 114.
Naomi, for me, the public comment is down, so can you take over for a little bit?
Sure. Actually, we have someone that came back in. Nadia Christidi, please go ahead. Nadia, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. So my name is Nadia Christidi. I'm an MIT graduate student. I support orders 109 and 114, not just because I'm Palestinian, but because I firmly believe in human rights and dignity. I wanted to take my minute to dismantle a number of unfounded claims being made by resolution opponents. 1, Israel is a democratic state. 500 planned arrests of Israelis of Palestinian origins over the last 48 hours for partaking in recent demonstrations is not a democracy. 2, Israelis and Palestinians are second and third class citizens that don't enjoy full democratic rights. HP servers power this tiered citizenship system that strips Christians like Laura Zerman heard from and her family from accessing their homes. 3, Israel is not being singled out. There have been sanctions placed on a number of countries for their human rights infractions. This is not on Israel, it's on HP, and a similar boycott of Polaroid was done in the past. 4, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. There are many Jews supporting the protection of Palestinian rights and who are allies with Palestinians. We've heard from a number of them today. And 5, Cambridge would not be the first city to cut ties with HP. Dublin and Portland have already done so. Please follow their examples and uphold Cambridge's values, very much to do with Cambridge, and make an informed commitment to support this resolution.
Thank you. Yeah. Next, we will go to Raisa Abdeen. Raisa, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Raisa and I'm Palestinian. I do not live in Cambridge, but I've worked there for many years and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of policies 109 and 114. I spent the last 2 weeks not sleeping, not eating, and calling my family in Gaza every hour, literally to make sure they were just alive. I say this because I have heard many people say that supporting BDS makes them feel unsafe or uncomfortable, which makes sense because when people's racism and privilege is confronted, it can make them feel uncomfortable. But for Palestinians, it is not about feeling unsafe, but it is about an actual lack of physical safety that can be measured in deaths, injuries, refugees, loss of homeland, work, and incarceration. If Cambridge continues to purchase with HP, they will be supporting and directly contributing to that. Furthermore, I have not seen my family in Palestine since I was 9 years old, and trust me, I have tried, but I have been turned away at the border. Simply because I am Palestinian. And even in Cambridge, while Zionists have theoretical fears, my fears about safety have been too real, having my classmates ask me if my families are terrorists, and having been subjected to anti-Palestinian racism. So please boycott the apartheid state of Israel and stop supporting and purchasing from HP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dahlia Vardy.
Dahlia is here. So, and I don't think Tal Erkan or Sam Stern, check of Hananel is, no, I don't think.
Next up, we have Benjamin Fisher. Ben, please go ahead. You have the floor. You have to unmute yourself, Ben. Jarib Rahman, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is, and I'm testifying in support of PO 109 and PO 114. I want to take my time to respond to a few speakers who have previously cited human rights violations as a reason to not boycott HP today. That because there's oppression in Syria and China, we can't talk about Israel's horrific crimes. To that, I say this. I've lived here for over a decade and know a lot of people who have spoken today. I have met some of those people during protests in solidarity with the uprisings in Syria, and all of those people are here today, strongly in support of boycotting HP for its complicity in ethnically cleansing Palestine. So I think it's disgusting that there are people using Syria and China as reasons to support the Israeli government's barbaric attacks on Gaza and its continued ethnic cleansing. And also, for some reason, I've never seen any people using these whataboutisms at any of these events. We can stand in solidarity with oppressed peoples everywhere at the same time, and with supporting PO 109 today.
I think is it Quinn next? Quinn Smith-Mata.
Quinn, please go ahead. You have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Quinn Smith-Mata. I live here at 808 Memorial Drive, and I am speaking in support of Policy Order 109. And to the people in this Zoom saying Arabs have high position of power in Israel, so there's no apartheid, America had a Black president and Black people still get shot in the streets like it's open season. Of course, both parties oppose BDS because America is found on the same racist settler colonialism as Israel. Israel has engaged execution of minorities by forcibly sterilizing Ethiopian Jews and blackmailing LGBT Palestinians into working as informants for the Israeli occupation forces. This is ironic given that they market themselves as a gay-friendly country, despite not being able to get gay married there in the first place. The legal status of a Jewish citizen born in Israel in East Jerusalem is secure, while a Palestinian resident not. It is a revocable status, and they are unlikely to get citizenship in the first place. A Jewish citizen from that same region can move abroad for a few years and come back, while a Palestinian's residency status is be revoked. Palestinian refugees born in Lebanon cannot visit Israel in the occupied territory, cannot move there, and cannot become a citizen. For crying out loud, they can't even drive on the same roads. Support Policy Order 109, please.
Next, we will hear from Allegra Goodman. Allegra, please unmute yourself.
Hello, I am Allegra Goodman, and I am a Cambridge resident, and I oppose BDS, and I oppose this order. It does make me feel unsafe to live in a city that would single out Israel in this way, and I hope Cambridge does not take coercive action.
Next up, we will hear from Harold Burztijan. I'm sorry, I am mispronouncing your name. Harold, mute yourself. You have the floor. Harold, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself. Harold may be having some technical issues. We will move to Jamie Bishore. Jamie, unmute.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bayshore. I live at 277 Putnam Avenue. I'm here to ask the council to support policy order number 109, number 114, although I'll be focusing on 109. Many speakers before me have argued that opposition to Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. This is a condition used to distract from the underlying fact that Zionist ideology has been and continues to be implemented in ways that directly and indirectly oppress Palestinians. Israel can tighten the screws on a people whom they have actively disenfranchised and displaced. Without question, Jewish people everywhere, including Israelis, deserve to live in peace, have their collective history and current reality of anti-Semitism actively acknowledged and addressed. Anti-Semitism needs to be condemned in the strongest terms. Critically, though, Palestinians deserve a similar force of solidarity in terms of their own collective struggle. And a peace solution is logically impossible when Israel continues to act with immense power and funding behind them. Vote yes on policy order number 109.
Next, we have Julian Parikh. Julian, please go ahead.
Hello, my name, and I'm reading for Pankaj Mehta and Nicole Ashoff. Their testimony is as follows. We live at 217 Cambridge Street and have two daughters ages 10 and 13 in Cambridge Public Schools. We are in support of Policy 109 and Policy 114. We choose to make Cambridge our home, in part motivated by the city's long history on social justice issues. These include efforts to fight against South African apartheid and resolutions highlighting our nation's role in human rights abuses in Central America. More recently, the council admirably took a stand on MIT's complicity in human rights abuses in Yemen. We are asking the council to once again act for the public good by passing Policy 109. The city should end all purchases from HPE and HP Inc. using taxpayer dollars so that we can end our economic complicity in Israeli violence and oppression against Palestinians. HP Enterprise is the exclusive provider of the titanium server Israel depends on to run its population registry and is the exclusive provider for personal computers to the Israeli military. For this reason, we urge you to support Policy 109.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Can. Sam, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sam Khan, and I strongly oppose Policy Order 109. I'm a Cambridge resident and proud grandchild of Holocaust survivors. I'm deeply concerned with the rise of anti-Semitism in the US and Cambridge. BDS is not a peaceful movement. It is deceptive, polarizing, and destructive. BDS has been rejected by everyone from Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Cory Booker, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Kennedy. I fear this motion would severely tarnish Cambridge's reputation as a progressive, ethical city. Personally, my fiance and other Jews in our community would feel very unsafe to consider leaving. I hope this policy order is rejected and that we can come together to propose productive and peaceful solutions to this tragic and complex issue. Please, Policy Order 109. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Noam Buckman. Noam, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Hi there.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Noam Buckman. I live in Marion Street in Somerville, and I'm currently a PhD student at MIT. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to Resolution 109 and 114. First, because this bill presents a one-sided view that demonizes Israel. Cambridge is a city of exchange of ideas and open to people of all backgrounds, and I fear that this resolution is the first step towards bringing out an entire country. I fear that Israeli professors, students, and researchers will not want to come here. Second, I want to share that I have a personal connection to the conflict between Gaza and Israel. My parents' brother live in Israel and spent the first part of May listening for sirens and going into bomb shelters. My brother, a college senior, even temporarily moved in with my parents since his city was under an attack from Hamas. Finally, I was very disappointed to watch last week's meeting video and hear Councilperson Zondervan argue against extending the vote and against having Cambridge citizens.
Please mention
sorry.
personalities, direct all comments to the chair.
Oh, thank you. Then I think that, sorry. I guess
I'll give you seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry about that. I guess I urge that our council in general encourages both sides of an issue to talk about an issue. And I was disappointed that last week it seemed like that was not what was being said in the council. So I'm happy that both sides are able to talk about this issue. So thank you.
My public comment is still down, Naomi, so you'll have to take over for a little bit while IT fixes it.
Yep. So next we should have Sharon Krebs. Sharon, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Hi, can you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sharon Krebs. My husband and I are former Cambridge residents, and now we live in Watertown right over the border. My husband also has an office in Cambridge, and we frequent Cambridge restaurants and businesses. I am here to urge the council to oppose Policy Order 109. Let's be clear, this is not about fighting racism or the elevation of Palestinian lives. Along with the objectives of the BDS movement, this resolution singles out Israel and perpetuates a false narrative about the only Jewish state in the world. Passing this resolution is akin to spreading myths that serve to delegitimize Israel and target Jewish residents, workers, and visitors of it. Why is the council targeting only HP and Israel in this resolution? What will the economic future of Cambridge look like if its reputation becomes tarnished by such a one-sided approach? I will certainly no longer feel welcome nor safe in this city. And because Massachusetts is a commonwealth and its cities act as communities, I urge you to consider the implications.
Thank you, Sharon. That was the time. Next, we will hear from Noah Epstein. Noah, you can unmute yourself. You have the floor. No, please go ahead. Noah, one more time. We cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
There we go. Thank you so much. I've lived on Raymond Street and gone to school here in Cambridge since I was a baby, and this community means a lot to me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, one which I would not have had if the vote had taken place last week, as it was aimlessly or thoughtlessly scheduled on one of the most important Jewish holidays. As the editor's note on a Cambridge Chronicle op-ed by a BDS Boston member points out, Policy Order 109 is not a resolution. The only link with HP is through a state contract through yet another company. This is a purely symbolic attempt that Cambridge has already once turned away to bring BDS into local policy. BDS is opposed to self-determination for the Jewish people, a stance that if taken up by the city would make me feel unwelcome as a Jewish Canterbridgian. Palestinian rights are human rights, but this order does not help peace-building efforts in Palestine and Israel. Please vote no on Policy Order 109 and yes on Policy Order 114 to keep Cambridge a safe and welcoming community for all.
Next, we have Stephanie Margolis. Stephanie, you have the floor. Please mute.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Margolis, and I'm speaking on behalf of Stand With Us New England. I work with high school students in Cambridge and the Boston area. I'm here to ask you to vote no to POR number 109. At a time of rising anti-Semitism, this order will only harm students in our community. The purpose of the order is to promote the BDS movement against Israel. This campaign demonizes, dehumanizes, and isolates Israelis and Jews globally and adds fuel to the fire at an already dangerous time for Israelis and Palestinians everywhere. BDS co-founder Omar Barghouti was quoted earlier to support POR number 109. You may be interested to know that Barghouti has also said his movement opposes the existence of a Jewish state, wants to turn Israel into a pariah, and supports a solution in which Jews become a minority again. Think about if denying Jewish people's right to self-determination is a cause you want to support. Please vote no to POR number 109.
Liza Canner is next, followed by Rebecca Boyarsky. Actually, we're going to go back to Harold, who's back. Harold.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so very much for taking all this time. I know it's late in the evening, so I'll be brief. I've been practicing medicine in Cambridge for the past 40 years. I've been a homeowner here for the past 40 years. I came to the United States at the age of 9 as a refugee from Poland, where my parents were first resisted the Nazis in the Shoah, then resisted Stalinists. We were forced out because all Jews were labeled Zionists at that particular point in time by the Stalinists. There was no doubt in my mind that BDS is anti-Semitic. I oppose this order. I will not feel safe, nor will my family feel safe in Cambridge. Go ahead and support this BDS action. It's a double standard, let's face it. As my mom used to say, the fact that there were Jews who were supporting it, well, there were Jews who were supporting Rumkowski as well in the Lodz Ghetto. Thank you very much.
Liza Canner, followed by Rebecca Boyarsky.
Sorry, Mayor Siddiqui. Next was Haley Koch, and then Eliza. Haley, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Haley Koch. My husband and I live on Hancock Street, just blocks away from City Hall, and I oppose Policy Order 109. I have always felt accepted and safe in Cambridge. The first time I felt welcome was upon finding out that the initial plan was to vote on Policy Order 109, when I and so many of my fellow residents would be unable to attend due to a conflict with the Jewish House. I am incredibly thankful that it was postponed so that I could be here to say that BDS orders such as this have been rejected by governors from all 50 states. Pastor would set a dangerous precedent that would harm Cambridge's reputation as an accepting community. Also, we have to ask why this order is being brought now, when Cambridge hasn't had any direct contract with HP since 2014. I believe it is a clear attempt to demonize Israel at a time when they are defending themselves from Hamas, a group that the United States government recognizes as a terrorist organization. So again, I urge you to vote against Policy Order 109. Thank you.
We're going to go to Eliza Canner.
Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Eliza, and I am representing Stand With Us New England, and I'm speaking against Policy 109. I work with college students in New England, including students at Harvard and MIT, and usually my students are proud to be Jewish. However, due to the rise globally of anti-Semitism over the past 2 weeks, there has been a shift in that mentality. One student told me that she took off her Star of David necklace because she feels unsafe wearing it on campus. Another student said that he had to contact university police due to anti-Semitic graffiti posted across his dorm room saying that Jews, not Israel, but Jews are baby killers. Should Policy 109 pass, my students in Cambridge and beyond will not feel safe. So please do not let that happen. Additionally, blaming Israel for police brutality in America is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and it's a shame how many times this has been promoted today. Thank you and have a great night.
We're going to go to Rebecca Boyarsky and then Kathy Watkins.
My name is Rebecca Boyarsky, and I am a Cambridge resident living on Clinton Street with my spouse. I am also a doctoral student at MIT and the Broad Institute. I am speaking to oppose Resolution 109, which promotes the slanderous notion that Israel is an apartheid state. This is simply not true. Furthermore, I feel this resolution unfairly singles out Israel and holds it to an unreasonable standard in punishing it for defending the safety of its citizens, including many of my family members, from Hamas rockets over the past 2 weeks. This resolution hopes to cast this as a simple issue of good versus evil, instead of promoting honest, hard, and productive conversations that can actually lead to peace. While increase between Israel and Palestinians is an issue extremely close to my heart, I fear this resolution is not a productive way to reach that aim, and that by casting this as a one-sided, quote, uncomplicated issue, You will only serve to make your residents, Jewish residents like myself, and Israeli residents like many of my coworkers and friends, to feel marginalized, unwelcome, and unsafe, both mentally and physically in Cambridge.
Kathy Watkins.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kathy Watkins. I'm a resident, and I'm asking you to support policy orders number 109 and 114. These orders are related because both seek to address an unequal power dynamic and extreme suffering. The cruelty of the Israeli government has been shocking. It has targeted medical and humanitarian sites in its bombing. There was one neurologist in Gaza. Netanyahu and his army intentionally bombed his home and killed the doctor, his wife, and children. This was a humanitarian who deeply cared for his patient, and he is dead for no reason. And people in Cambridge say they feel unsafe. The HART proposal has been developed by Black and Brown and low-income Cambridge residents who are most impacted by our inherently racist, inequitable system of policing. They seek to provide alternatives to policing using community-based employment and leadership. Please support and fund the HART program. Thank you very much.
We're going to go to Sarah A. and then Andrew King.
Sarah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Sarah, and I am a Cambridge resident and have lived here for 5 years. I am firmly against Policy Order 109 because one-sided BDS narratives undermine prospects for peace. Additionally, Cambridge has no current contracts with HP, and I am disappointed that the City Council's time has been spent on this issue. Please vote against Policy Order 109. Thank you.
Andrew King and then Mary Eckerson.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, sorry. My name is Andrew King. I'm at Essex Street in Cambridge. Speaking to support Order 114 to fund and implement the HART Alternative Public Safety Proposal and Policy Order 109 to divest from HP, which plays a sinister role in the apartheid regime of oppression and violence against Palestinians. Of course, the war on and occupation of Palestinians abroad is also a war on Black and Brown communities at home. The bombs dropping on our Palestinian families in Gaza mirror the bullets raining down on our Black and Brown sisters and brothers here in the United States. HART is a bold, innovative, and revolutionary program. The Black Response Movement has developed and put forth a transformational alternative with a radically holistic and compassionate model to care for our neighbors who have been traumatized, victimized, and disenfranchised. For a model of healing and compassion without the presence of badges and guns.
Mary M, followed by Joe Zisman.
Hello. My name is Mary Akerson. I live 26 Fayette Street and have lived and worked in Cambridge for 45 years and raised my 3 children here. I strongly oppose Policy Order 109. This resolution will not benefit the people of Cambridge, but only, as you can see, has already stirred up public controversy, divisiveness, hatred, and anti-Semitism in our city. It is an attempt by the BDS movement to co-opt our city government for their own political agenda to try to delegitimize the state of Israel. BDS is against the two-state solution, and let's be honest, its founders have the ultimate goal to wipe out the state of Israel. It's not an apartheid state, and the analogy of comparing it to South Africa is wrong. I urge city councilors to vote no on this resolution. Please don't permit the BDS movement to use our city's reputation.
Joe Zisman, followed by Lily Tabib.
My name is Joe Zisman, and I live on Harvard Street. The divisiveness of Policy Order 109 has been apparent tonight already. This order is moral posturing. It won't help a single Palestinian. It's clear from the past few hours that the city is not in any way unified behind this moral statement, so I can't see how the council could claim that it is. My sense is that I'm outnumbered among the speakers here, but it's that not always true for a persecuted minority. In a time when many Jews across the country are being attacked in the street, as I once was in the Broadway market, I look at the kaleidoscope of my neighbors and elected representatives who believe that their conscience outweighs my safety. I heard someone earlier thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight, and I have to correct her. That's not an opportunity, that was privilege. Observant Jews were denied the privilege of speaking last week, and evidently for some that was a desired outcome. I share your horror at the indignities suffered by Palestinians, but this council cannot help them. I'm asking you to do what is hard but right and stand with the people here.
Lily Tabib, followed by Tal Tabib.
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm opposed the policy of Order 109. I born in Russia, the communist, and I bought my parents a Holocaust survivor. I grew up in Israel, and I'm proud to say I served Israeli army. And from my bottom of my heart, I want to say Israeli, it's the most military army in the world. And I came to the United States to live and raise my children. And I thought it's gonna be a very safe place. And unfortunately, I'm really afraid now for their safety. It's remind me what we suffer in the communism. And unfortunately, you see just one side. I hope you see this second side. Thank you.
Tal Tabib, followed by Nash.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to start by saying I'm an Israeli American who wants nothing more than to peacefully coexist with my Palestinian neighbors. Since the birth of the State of Israel, the Jews have made countless efforts to coexist peacefully with Arab neighbors, and from this beginning, the Jews have been met with nothing but violence or resistance like they have been for thousands of years. We've wanted nothing more than to exist peacefully, not having to worry about the future of the next generations. And right now, you are threatening the future of the next generations by proposing a decisive, unconstitutional, discriminatory policy order that would silence the peaceful voices who want to coexist. I can't understand how the only democratic state in the Middle East, which is proudly the only home in the Middle East where Jewish and Arab Christians of all national, gender, and sexual identities can be the target of such hate for just trying to exist. The safety of the Jewish people has been threatened long before Israel's establishment, and cutting ties with Israeli people because you don't agree with the actions of
Andy Nash is next.
Thank you. My name's Andy Nash, a Jewish Cambridge resident speaking in favor of POs 109 and 114. I support Cambridge ending its relationship with Hewlett-Packard, one of the corporations that invisibly advances oppression by developing technology for the surveillance, sorting, and tracking of human beings based on their religion, nationality, or immigration status. HP's role is central to maintaining systems that classify and then monitor the whereabouts of subjugated populations, not only in Israel, but here as well. This proposal is not about anti-Semitism. Rather than being distracted by false claims designed to paralyze you, the council should look at this proposal on its merits and aim to build on the legacy of Cambridge to act in solidarity with human rights everywhere. I also support the Cambridge Heart Program because it offers a constructive, community-based alternative to policing that we desperately need. Thank you.
We're going to go to Jared Cohen. Actually, we're going to go to Lennox. Lennox is back. Lennox Orion.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. There is a reason that these two policies are being presented together. It is because they are trying to be solutions to the larger symptom of white supremacy and colonization. We've often heard from colonizers on this call who are flabbergasted at the mere mention of liberation and freedom for any oppressed peoples. This is not a religious issue. This is not a complicated issue. This is an issue of human rights and human decency and anti-colonization. This is something that we all have to be for in vehement support. It is not enough to be silent. It is not enough to say this is too complicated. It is not enough to sit idly by as children are being murdered here, anywhere. No colonial empire deserves to stand. And one day Palestine will be free. And this is an important step towards that. Thank you.
We're going to go to Jared Cohen.
Hi, my name is Jared Cohen. I grew up in Cambridge. I've lived here most of my life. I'm currently living in Somerville. And I'm urging council to oppose Policy Order 109, which is creating problems in the city without solving any. I support Palestinian rights just as I support Israeli and Jewish rights to self-determination. And I support a peaceful two-state solution, which ironically enough does not. But this resolution is not about Palestinian rights or human rights or civil rights. And it is certainly not a principled review of city contracts for compliance with a nation policy, as it claims to be. Unfortunately, this resolution is clearly just a political stunt intended to target one party, Israel and Israelis, at a time when they are vulnerable and in crisis. That is counterproductive to the cause of peace, and it certainly does nothing to help the Palestinians. The rhetoric in Policy Order 109 is not only unfounded, it's divisive, as we've seen here, and it's really just a bad way to conduct public policy. Cambridge has better important things to do with its time and resources, so I'd urge the council to reject this proposal.
Maya Eshel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maya Eshel. I'm a student at Lesley University, and I'm an American Israeli Jewish woman, a released IDF or IOL soldier, and the grandchild of a Holocaust survivor. I'm here to strongly support the Policy Orders 109 and Policy Order 114. I served in the West Bank for months and witnessed the daily violence that the Israeli state enacts onto the Palestinian people in the said name of quote unquote Jewish Israeli safety. To give an example, we had a detention center on my base and had young Palestinian boys as young as 7 or 8 walk into our base with their hands tied behind their backs and their eyes blindfolded, which is illegal under international law and does not keep anyone safe. To this, I say not in my name. We must end the violent Israeli occupation and apartheid and support the movement for Palestinian liberation everywhere. Right now, Israeli police are launching a wave of arrests targeting Palestinian citizens of Israel who rallied in support of Sheikh Jarrah, Al-Aqsa, and Gaza. Israel will continue to dispossess, murder, and arrest.
Thank you for your testimony. I think I have, is Yasmin here? No, Yasmin's not there. Evan Young? No.
Next, I see Annabelle Rabia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Rabia. I have lived and worked in Cambridge, and I'm testifying to strongly support Policy Order 109 and 114 because standing against state-sanctioned violence and militarization is at the core of my Jewish values. The fact that many here have conflated Israel with Judaism is inaccurate and only further fuels anti-Semitism against us. Most of those offering testimony against 109 feel they will only be safe if Israel is supported unequivocally is akin to someone insisting they are only safe under white supremacy. Israel claims to be a multicultural democracy without acknowledging that there is a racial hierarchy, HP technology used to track biometric data and maintain tiered citizenship and apartheid. Israel's racism extends to its Jewish population. My Iraqi Israeli family, along with other Arab Jews, were subject to ghettoization, cultural medical experimentation, and stolen children. Racism continues today with reports of forced sterilization of Ethiopian Jews. The existence of Israel is not making any Jews safe, a refuge for Jews on stolen land. Thank you.
The next person I have is Andrew Bergman. Naomi, do you have that?
Andrew, please go ahead. Andrew, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. We will go to Emily Rinberg.
Oh, sorry. Were you waiting for me? I'm here. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Apologies. Hello, counselors. I'm Andrew Bergman, and I live on Street in Cambridge. I work as a PhD researcher at Harvard University and serve on the Harvard Graduate Student Union's executive board here in Cambridge, although my comments today represent only my views. I support the termination of Cambridge's business relationships with HP, and I'm here to ask the council to vote yes on PO 109. While just one city taking an early step and have an important long-term impact in showing other cities and nations what is possible. As someone raised in a Jewish family and the grandson of Holocaust survivors, I continue to be frustrated and disappointed by the notion that opposing the actions of the Israeli state, including through the BDS movement, is somehow anti-Semitic. Many Jews across the world completely reject that cynical, borderline meaningless connection, and the council should too. The horrifying pictures and stories of the Israeli battering of Gaza in the last 2 weeks are only the most recent chapter in a decades-long saga of suffering caused by the occupied Palestinians in their land and the continued attacks they face. Continuing to support a company that is a key provider of the Israeli government's computing infrastructure materially enables those attacks to continue, which is why Cambridge must end its relationship with HP in addition to other companies working in related capacities.
And we'll go to Naomi. Is it Robert Roman now? I don't see. Oh, is it? It's under Bob.
Yep.
Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Robert Romanow, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Bob Romano. I am a Cambridge resident, and I oppose policy 109. The situation in Israel and the territories is so complex that it has defied resolution for 70 years, more than 70 years. For the city of Cambridge to make a specious boycott of Hewlett-Packard, a company with which it has not done business for over 5 years, in order to punish one side of this quagmire, might be considered destructive and anti-Semitic. Mr. Room, perhaps Cambridge should boycott W.R. Mason. Dr. Khan, you are correct in stating the killing of children is a state-sponsored violence. However, the perpetrators are Hamas leaders who use these children as shields to gain deep sympathy from those like yourself who may be well-intentioned. Apartheid is the big lie. Repeated enough does not make it true. We in Cambridge know about big lies. Please, councilors, vote against policy 109 and yes on policy 114. Thank you.
Anthony Rinberg.
Councilors, my name is Anatoly Rinberg. I live on Roseland Street. I'm a student worker at Harvard City. Not only am I a Cambridge resident, but I'm here speaking as a dual US and Israeli citizen, urging the council to support Policy Order 109. While Israel gave my family a place to escape Russian anti-Semitism, it has since become impossible for me to not see the oppression Israel itself enacts through the help of companies like HP to maintain power and control over the Palestinian people. Over the years, I've increasingly questioned if I can maintain my Israeli citizenship, but at the very least, I have a responsibility to push for an end to the occupation. There's absolutely nothing anti-Semitic peacefully boycotting systems of oppression. To the people who say this policy unreasonably singles out Israel, I say it is actually US policy that does just that. We give more military aid capita to Israel than any other country, aid that Israel in large part uses for violence against Palestine. We have an important responsibility to spark something here. It was only after US withdrew support from South African apartheid regime that the power balance on the ground actually shifted.
Next up, I see Ann.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. My name is Paul Shannon. I worked for 40 years at the American Friends Service Committee of New England on Massachusetts Avenue in Cambridge. Tonight, I am speaking for the American Friends Service Committee and asking this council to vote yes on policy order number 109 and to terminate purchasing of Hewlett-Packard equipment. There's disagreement, obviously, on the Human Rights Watch report that Israel is an apartheid state. That determination should be based on Israeli laws, policies, and a comparison with international law. The American Friends Service Committee insists that it is long past time for the city of Cambridge to strike another blow against apartheid by voting.
Anastasia Mishan, followed by Salva Mansour.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anastasia, and I have been living in Cambridge since 2019. And I am standing against policy 109 and 129 for very simple and obvious reasons. A city that prioritizes only some minority groups is not a progressive city. As an Afro-Latina immigrant and Jewish woman of color, I understand minority rights are important. However, we cannot be hypocrites and talk about peace while our Jewish brothers and sisters live in fear. As a community, we not support an organization that relies on the founder's opinion and a strong desires to eliminate the state of Israel. That is not peace. We should not support an organization that doesn't care about two-state solution or peace among the Israelis and Palestinians. I, without a doubt, will not support an organization that promotes fear and discrimination, and as the disturbing as the Nazi propaganda was used against Jews during World War II. Cambridge has an ethical responsibility to treat all citizens equally, not just the Palestinian groups. Thank you.
Salva Mansour.
Salwa, if we can ask you to please update your version and return to the call, we will call on you when you're back.
Do we have Thomas Moratti next?
Thomas, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Israel is trying to make the best of a bad situation. Who should they make peace with? Half of Palestinian territories are ruled by genocidal Hamas terrorists, and the other half are ruled by a corrupt dictatorship that lacks public confidence. In Israel itself, Arabs have full civil rights in the parliament and the Supreme Court. And even some of the criticisms that we've heard show that Israel is actually good. Palestinians go through checkpoints for medical care in Israel at Israeli public expense, and that's something that the United States doesn't even provide to Americans is free medical care. The BDS and anti-Israelites are also steeped in anti-Semitism. One of the BDS leaders in the United States from Detroit, actually, a very prominent guy, recently called for the BDS movement to stop condemning anti-Semitism. And many of the BDS rallies have turned into violent attacks on random Jewish passersby. And previous speakers have blamed racism in American law enforcement, which existed hundreds of years before Israel did on Israel. There's another conspiracy theory.
Is it Steve Shapiro next? I don't see a last name.
Steve, if you're in the Zoom, would you mind raising your hand, please?
Is Dave Fisher back? Because we can go to him.
Yes, this is David Fisher. Do you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a faculty member at Harvard, and I've been teaching there for a number of years. I strongly oppose 109 and believe as a BDS sponsored policy, this is really designed to spew hatred. It skews the facts. It is not an accident that this is specifically as an organization and the policies it espouses opposed by President Biden. It is opposed by former President Barack Obama. Every one of the 50 governors of the states of the United States of America. It is hurtful, it is not constructive, it is intolerant, it is disrespectful, and promote fear for many Cambridge residents. I strongly urge you to vote no.
Is Tyler Brown, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm a Cambridge resident. I'm here to support the adoption of Policy Order 109. Adopting this order is an essential step for our city as a community to reject militarized policing, discriminatory surveillance and harassment, and to reject the systematic oppression of the Palestinian people. Policy Order 109 is about a company that's made concerted strategic business decisions to make money from the ongoing militarized policing, dispossession, and resultant suffering of the Palestinian people, as well as the surveillance and harassment of Black and brown people in the United States. If we oppose police brutality here, we must oppose it everywhere. If we oppose militarized policing here, we must oppose it everywhere. We must seek peace and justice and safety for our neighbors here, and we must seek it for our brothers and sisters everywhere, including our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Thank you for your time.
Eric Nelson?
Eric, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Oh, I might be next.
Eric, you're on. Please go ahead.
Eric Nelson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Eric Nelson. I live at 31 Fairweather Street, and I'm a professor of government at Harvard. I speak in opposition to this deeply unfortunate attempt to import the Middle East's 100 Years' War into our city. As it happens, I had dinner this evening with my 96-year-old grandmother who survived the Holocaust, and most of whose surviving relations spent portions of the last 2 weeks hiding in bomb shelters as Hamas missiles rained down on Tel Aviv. The thought that Cambridge may become, while she still lives, the very first city in her country of refuge to make anti-Semitism official policy is painful beyond words. Let me be clear, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Israel, nor is it anti-Semitic to disapprove of the current Israel. I disapprove of it myself, just as I disapproved of the government of the United States from January 2017 to January 2021. But to single out the one Jewish state on the face of the earth in this manner is anti-Semitic, and I urge you to reject this attempt to do so.
Next up, we have Stephen Cohen.
Stephen, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. This is Steve's wife. He asked me to read it for him. He lives on Fayette Street in Cambridge. There are numerous civil rights issues throughout the world. There are oppressed minorities in India, in China, in Pakistan, in Myanmar, in Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, many other nations. But this proposal is focused only on the alleged human rights issues in only one nation in the world, Israel. When one ignores enormous human rights issues throughout the world, but focuses solely on the alleged human rights issues in the only Jewish state, there is a term for that. It is called anti-Semitism. The Cambridge City Council should not adopt anti-Semitic policy. I ask you to vote against Policy Order 109. Thank you.
Next up, I think we have, is it Emmy Linder?
Emmy, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the time. My name is Emmy Linder. I've lived in Cambridge since 2010 when I graduated from MIT Sloan. I oppose Policy Order 109. I'm Israeli American, a daughter of Libyan Jews. I'm a business person and a mother of 3 young children who attend Cambridge Public Schools. My message is simple. I love Cambridge and feel a part of this community. I would like to remain part of this community, but I'm worried that I may no longer feel like I can. I love Cambridge diversity, multicultural, multi-heritage, multiracial makeup. It is a city that values talent and hope and promise and peace. The political situation in Israel has never been straightforward, and I do not understand why Cambridge would take a side on such a complex conflict, where it may alienate the rest of the population. I happened to be in Israel a few ago when this happened, and I also was in shelters protected from to protect myself. I would like to ask you to oppose Policy Order 109, not to alienate myself, my children, my family, and my community. Thank you.
I think next up is it Daniel Tabib. Daniel?
Daniel, if you're on the phone, you need to dial *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm an Israeli. I fully support Palestinian lives, but I strongly urge the opposition to Policy Order 109. It's easy to cast digital stones from the comfort of a Tufts dorm room or an MIT office or a posh Cambridge apartment, especially without fear ever stepping foot in the Middle East, let alone Israel, nor bearing the fear of raining rockets or the pain of growing up with half a family due to the Holocaust. But it's difficult to gainfully employ hundreds of thousands of Palestinians as Israel does, where Jews and Palestinians work shoulder to shoulder. These policies only affect Israel, but also the Palestinians who depend on their Israeli employers to support their families. Hassan Yosef is the co-founder of Hamas. Hassan Yosef, ex-Hamas militant, has publicly exposed Hamas, stating that Hamas is the sole and greatest enemy of the Palestinian people. BDS violently and explicitly calls for ending the Jewish state, the only Jewish state surrounded by 22 Arab countries, the only democratic country in the Middle East that offers more rights to Arabs than their own homeland. The BDS group is on anti-Semitic tropes, incites anti-Semitism, and as a result, the path would be endless hate crimes.
Ali Hamzi, followed by Lara.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Ali Ham, a researcher at 10 Wilson Street in Cambridge. I am a scientist for Palestinian liberation, and I urge the council to adopt Policy Orders 109 and 114. The Zionist, known as the State of Israel, is hell-bent on the annihilation and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and homes, as the recent forced displacement in Sheikh Jarrah and the bombings of civilian homes, schools, businesses, COVID testing sites, and infrastructure in Gaza have once again shown. These actions reconfirm that Israel will continue with its genocidal acts regardless of public outcry. Therefore, those who support its actions must be shown there are consequences. This genocide and oppression runs on computing infrastructure provided by HP Inc. and is further supported by other companies. By passing Policy Order 109, Cambridge can become a national leader in sending a strong message to all corporations that their support of the apartheid of Israel is intolerable and can materially stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Standing against apartheid and genocide is simple and not anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Laura Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Laura Cohen, Rockingham Street. I grew up in Cambridge. I've lived and worked here for 9 years. My parents have for 50 years. In my wonderful Cambridgeport community, my closest neighbors are Lebanese Arabs who I adore. My best friend here is Iranian. My Jewish identity and love for Israel has never been a barrier here. I strongly support a two-state solution that respects the rights of both Jews and Palestinians to self-determination and dream of a day we can coexist in peace. But I strongly oppose this Order 109. The divisive language is not factual, and this is just a form of BDS. BDS does not support a two-state solution and is a movement to delegitimize Israel and eliminate it as a Jewish state. The very premise of this order, comparing Israel to apartheid, is insulting and inaccurate. Comparisons like this are repeated recklessly and spread false and damaging information about Jews, which is scary to me. It does nothing to advance peace and adds fuel to the fire. BDS is a calculated attempt to manipulate well-meaning people who care about human rights. Its lies contribute to more anti-Semitism and distrust. And
Shireen is Hijab is next. Shireen Hijab.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I am Shireen Hijab, a Palestinian speaking in strong favor of policies 109 and 114. I hope that through shared cultural work and the annihilation of Zionism and all other forms of white supremacy, we can restore the flourishing and diverse cultures that existed in West Asia and the Middle East before settler colonialism. After the initial protest against Israeli vandalism in Al-Aqsa Mosque, I saw several protesters received a message from the IDF warning that they would be punished for participating in the protest. This seems to have been more psychological terror than any actual announcement of arrest. Yet it is just one of the many ways the IDF and the Israeli state uses HP's technology to track, devise, ruin, and destroy the lives of Palestinians. The same HP technology is used against Black, low-income, indigenous, and immigrant communities in the US. I think many of these claims, I'm done. Thank you.
Judy Fessman?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, one second. Hi, my name is Judy Fussman. I'm an MIT alum and have been living in Cambridge for the past 4 years. I strongly urge you to oppose policy orders number 109 and number 129. I am a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, and my great-grandfather was murdered in Auschwitz. I am very scared about the recent rise of anti-Semitism. This rise is due to the dangerously one-sided narrative of the conflict portrayed by the media. BDS contributes to the anti-Semitism because it is completely one-sided, singles out, and demonizes Israel. BDS campaigns represent a hostile, delegitimate tactic that rests on the fundamental rejection of Israelis' right to exist or defend itself. BDS does nothing to promote peace. We should be working towards peace and coexistence, and BDS prevents this. A more constructive approach would be to promote initiatives that build bridges, promote interactions, and help prepare both societies for peace. I feel unsafe living in a city that supports a one-sided, dangerous, and anti-Semitic policy. Cambridge, please promote peace, reject BDS, and oppose 109. Thank you.
Benjamin Glass, and then Sarah Bayer.
Hello, this is Benjamin. I lived in Cambridge during college as a Harvard undergrad several years ago, and I worked in the area after that. And I no longer live in the area. But I would like to urge the council to vote against the BDS-based policy orders discussed here, notably numbers 109 and 129. And I echo many of the comments made by previous speakers who spoke opposing BDS and opposing these measures. And I would echo their comments because they spoke more eloquently than I might. Thank you.
Sarah Bayer? Sarah?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Ed.
Hi. My name is Sarah Bayer, and I live at 39 Prince Street, and I'm a longtime resident of Cambridge. And I'm here tonight to strongly urge the City Council to vote in favor of Policy Orders 109 and 114. With both these policies, we have the opportunity to take local action on the intersections of oppression and violence faced by Black and Brown communities in the U.S. and Palestinians in occupied Palestine. These overlaps have been spoken about tonight, so I want to speak specifically about why BDS. The BDS movement was launched in 2005 by 170 Palestinian civil society groups who came together and called out to us in a unified voice, saying in effect, if you believe that Palestinians should be free, here is what we need you to do to help us make it so. Locally, wherever you are, boycott and divest from companies, institutions and other actors who are upholding and profiting from the violent and oppressive policies of the Israeli government toward us, and sanction the Israeli government. Palestinians have told us over and over again, ever since first coming together around this call.
Thank you. It's time. Shlomo, followed by Liette Berry.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear us?
My audio might have gone out. 1 second.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So, hi, everyone. My name is Shlomo Miller, and I'm in Central Square, and I want to speak in opposition to Policy Order 109. As many others have stated, the BDS campaign is anti-Semitic, due in part to its holding Israel to different ethical standards than other states, and entirely ignoring the actions of Hamas, which shoots rockets at innocent civilians. If it was really about human rights, where's the outrage against Syria, against China for its genocide against the Uyghur population, or against Palestine for its persecution of the LGBT community and honor killings of women? Over the past few weeks, there's been a sharp uptick in anti-Semitic incidents throughout the country, including attacks in LA and New York, vandalism of synagogues in Arizona, Florida, and Skokie, Illinois, where neo-Nazis marched 45 years ago, and incidents of anti-Semitic hostilities committed against Cambridge residents. Items like Policy Order 109 make Jews in our community feel marginalized and contribute to the
Liette Berry, followed by Jonah Schwartz.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Liat, and I moved here from Israel 7 to attend Harvard Business School. I work in Kendall Square, and I ask you today to vote against Policy Order 109. This resolution has the sole purpose of importing hate to and delegitimizing Israel's right for existence. I've been promoting conflict resolution dialogue through my volunteer work at Seeds of Peace for the last 20 years. And I strongly believe that peace can be achieved by peaceful dialogue. However, BDS is the exact opposite of peaceful dialogue. Recently, a BDS supporter sent me the following message on social media: "Rape to you and all the daughters of Israel." Why should we import this hate to Cambridge? I hope you join me in voting against this resolution, and I hope to continue working in Cambridge and feeling safe here. Thank you much.
Jonah Schwartz.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jonah Omar Schwartz, and I'm a lifelong resident of Cambridge and a Jew. I'm here to support Resolution 109 and 114. Through my life in the Cambridge public school system, I was drilled with the values of opportunity, diversity, and respect. I believe that we must support this resolution and do the bare minimum to stand up for these values. We must oppose the state that enacts a racialized legal system that opposes the core values of diversity and inclusion and restricts residents based on their ethnicity. We must oppose the state that enacts economic sanctions and blockades against an indigenous group with the purpose of preventing their freedom and liberty. Finally, we must oppose a state that has shown no respect for the lives of Palestinian children as they precision bomb key water and health infrastructure. Therefore, I ask you to support Resolution 109 and 114. Thank you.
Next up, I think we're on to Limor Sian.
Limor Soem, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, shalom. My name is Limor Soen, and I'm here today to speak in strong opposition to the proposals regarding Israel. I speak for my many Israeli friends, undergrad, doctorate students, postdocs, and professors, all of whom are living and studying in the universities in Cambridge. They are afraid to speak up and voice their opposition to these harmful resolutions. They do not feel safe enough here in Cambridge to do so. Their fears stem from these kinds of resolutions precisely, resolutions that affect Israelis, Jews, and everyone in Cambridge by contributing to a hostile environment where it is acceptable to discriminate on the basis of national origin. These resolutions are setting a dangerous precedent, a precedent contrary to the ideas this great nation was founded on. I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I respectfully request that you vote no and reject these resolutions. Shalom. And
We are next up is Aviva Borisan.
Aviva Borisan, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi there, is it working now?
Yes, you can go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Aviva and I'm a student at Cambridge. I'm here to speak out against BDS, Policy 109. I'm opposed to BDS because the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a complex issue with a long history. This is a problem that can only be solved through dialogue and communication. The demonizing rhetoric utilized by the BDS movement does not support a peaceful solution. The accusation that Israel is an ethnic cleansing is absurd, given that the Palestinian Arab population in Israel has grown over tenfold since the state's establishment, and it is the only country in the Middle East Christian population is growing. The BDS presents a one-sided resolution which aims to widen the divide between human beings. I believe that all human beings have the right to safety and security from organized terror, and Israelis are no exception. Rather than boycotting HP, I suggest we boycott Hamas, an organization which terrorizes Israel and Palestinians alike. Thank you.
Next up is Deborah Thompson, followed by Anaya Basine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Thompson. I'm a doctoral student in history. I live in Cambridge and considering becoming a resident here. I don't feel safe sharing my address on this forum at this time. As an American and of Palestinians and Israelis and Holocaust survivors, as a woman, as a proud Jew who has lived in Israel, I vehemently oppose POS 109 and 129. I urge this council to do the same. As council members, your foremost duty is to the security and well-being of the citizens of Cambridge. Listen to the voices of the people who have testified in this forum. Single supporter of the policies tonight have said they would feel unsafe if they do not pass, but many of those of us in opposition would feel physically threatened and unsafe as Jews in Cambridge if they do pass. Quite simply, BDS endangers Israeli and Jewish Cambridge residents. At its core, BDS is anti-Semitic, libelous, and racist, and these policies are against the democratic Jewish state and her people run counter to Cambridge's own anti-discrimination policy. City councilors, fellow Americans, we must build bridges for peace, not tear them down. Vote no 129 and 109. Thank you.
Anaya Basine, followed by Pete Cohen.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. I live on Maple Ave in Cambridge, and I'm here to support BDS Policy Order 109. I grew up in Cambridge, and during my 4 years in college, I was a part of Students for Justice in Palestine. As a student advocating for Palestinian human rights, we were constantly faced by failed intimidation tactics. But for those of us who follow the lead of Palestinian civil society, we know that this intimidation pales in comparison to the indignity that Palestinians face every single day. Let's be very clear, it is not a matter of if the Israeli government will once again violate Palestinian human rights, but when. Just today, a few hours before this meeting, the Israeli occupation forces detained a 10-year-old Palestinian boy. I keep hearing this conflict is complex. What is complex about that? Was he a human shield that Hamas was using when he was playing outside with his sister? Please support BDS Policy Order 109. Anything else is complicity. Thank you and free Palestine.
Next up is Ali Hassan.
Hi, my name is Ali Hassan. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ali Hassan. I'm a student here in Cambridge, and I'm here to voice my support for both Policy Orders 109 and 114. As has already been pointed out a number of times, HP is not just a company that happens to do business in Israel. It is one that is deeply complicit in Israel's system of racial apartheid. Besides selling equipment to the Israeli police and the IDF, HP created the biometric ID system the Israeli state uses to track and control Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. HP is also directly involved in enabling illegal settlements in the West Bank, Jerusalem, through the Yesha database, which compiles information on Israeli settlers in the West Bank. I ask that you do not shy away from voting for this resolution out of fear that the controversy that such an act may attract, causes involving racial justice that a place of deep conviction will always be called divisive, but that should tell you nothing about the righteousness of that cause.
Testimony. Kathy Hoffman, followed by Melissa Nussbaum.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hoffman, 6 decades, a little bit more, Cambridge resident. I want to speak on policy number 114, take heart. What a gift to the city council. What a gift to the city. An actual local project led by Cambridge Black and Brown resident, Ringen Latin graduates. A year after George Floyd's murder, rather than critique policies of policing, they have taken a massive active stance to create HART, Holistic Emergency Alternative Response Team. They've done their research, they've done networking, they've done community building, they've talked to similar projects. Say yes, vote with money, and vote yes. On 109, there's not time to say that Israel is signaled out for the military aid it receives, and that sets it up for critique.
Melissa Nussbaum, followed by Jonathan Behrens.
Hello, my name is Melissa Nussbaum. I'm here today to ask the council to unanimously vote yes on Policy Order 109 and 114. I am Jewish. I am an anti-Zionist. I am a storyteller. I rehearse, teach, direct, and perform in Cambridge. My work is to uplift unheard voices. I believe that the boycott of HB branded corporations gives Cambridge the opportunity to lift up the voices of Palestinians who have been mostly unheard under military rule by Israel. And I'd really like to speak to safety as a Jew. I will never feel safe as long as policies rely on allowing citizens to take over someone else's homes and to track people and to stop them at checkpoints. And HB is responsible for that.
Jonathan Behrens.
Jonathan Behrens, Hampshire Street. I support hard and oppose Charter Rights 1 and 2. BDS does support a peaceful two-state solution. Even its own supporters admit the true goal is the end of the Jewish state. Last week, I warned that many people would not have a chance to have their voice heard because the council meeting was timed to take place during Shavuot, a major Jewish holiday. Given the thousands of emails and hundreds of additional commenters tonight, I hope the truth of my words is undeniable. Madam Chair, last week, the lead sponsor of PR 109 ignored my warnings and tried to forge ahead anyway. I want to set the record straight. Arguing that the Israeli government's actions somehow justify disenfranchising a completely different group of Jews thousands of miles away here in Cambridge is anti-Semitic. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
We will go to Abir Abu Rubia, followed by Lubna Borgati. Abir?
Hi, do you hear me?
Ed.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Abir?
Yeah, sorry. Can you put the time back? Sorry.
Yeah, clerk, can you start the time? Go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to speak in favor of policies 109 and 114. My name is Abir Abu Rubiya. I'm a Palestinian American who has had the privilege of being born in Cambridge rather than occupied Palestine. My privilege of being lucky enough to be born on this land rather than the land of my ancestors carries a great responsibility to share, prevent the atrocities of what's happening in a land where human rights violations are rarely met with impunity. Some people want to point out Israel is, quote, a democracy, but so is the US, and yet we see the injustices our Black and brown brothers and sisters face. Funny enough, the same pseudo-liberals who once condemned Trump's right-wing government is now defending Netanyahu's right-wing regime. These are the folks who have their kids hang a handwritten Black Lives Matter poster in the window of the apartment in the neighborhood they helped gentrify. Stop equating democracy with fairness and justice. Fair justice in both the U.S. and Israel has rewarded the colonizer and the oppressor time and time again. I will quote Sheikh Jarrah resident Muhammad Al-Kurd. You don't give a colonizer a judge's rope and gavel and call it justice. Asking the city council to believe the colonized and oppressed over the colonizer and the oppressor and pass resolution 109 and 114.
We're going to Lubna and then Joseph Feld.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Lubna Barghouti and I live on 3rd Street in Kendall Square. I'm a PhD student at MIT. Cambridge has been my home for the past 6 years, and I'm speaking in support of Policy Order 109 because I am human first and a Palestinian second. So seeing my own people being victims to ethnic cleansing, which has been going on for the past 73 years, hits very close to home. I'm asking the council to unanimously vote yes on Policy Order 109 because it is simply the right and ethical thing to do. If it's ethical to divest from companies that benefit and support animal cruelty, then it's far more urgent to divest from companies that benefit from an occupation that violates every basic human right to life, to freedom, to living in your own home, to medical attention, to fair trial, to free speech, name it. BDS is a form of peaceful resistance that has proven to work like in apartheid South Africa. HP provides the tech infrastructure for Israel Army, which is regarded as the biggest terrorist organization by ex-soldiers and ex-military pilots themselves. You can find their testimonies online. Thank you.
Joseph Feld, followed by Evan Crane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Let's go ahead.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Joseph, and I'm an MIT undergrad on Memorial Drive who's lived in Cambridge for 2 years and hopes to continue doing so for many more. I want to go on record as opposing Order Number 109. The Cambridge City Council proceeded with the hearing on the resolution after having been notified days in advance that many Jews would not be able to attend due to observance of Shavuot. Some councilors openly supported disenfranchising Jews, and that is deeply concerning to me as a Jew who was unable to speak last week. I am grateful to the councilors who deferred the actual vote until today. Every day I walk through the streets of Cambridge wearing my yarmulke, a clear symbol of Judaism. With the pattern of demonizing Israel descending into attacking Jews in places like New York and LA, if the Cambridge City Council officially takes this step of demonizing Israel, I will no longer feel safe wearing my yarmulke openly in this city. Thank you.
Evan Crane, followed by Maya Townsend.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Evan Crane, and I live on Harvard Street in Mid-Cambridge. I oppose policy order number 109. Those who have spoken in favor of this resolution are asking the City Council to support a policy that may have impacts halfway around the world, but won't change anything practically for Cambridge residents. Many of those who have spoken against the policy have done so because they fear for their safety as Jews here in Cambridge. The City Council's responsibility is to residents of Cambridge, not to people living under foreign governments. I am visibly Jewish, and I serve as co-president of a local Jewish congregation. Right now, I am terrified. Regardless of the intent of BDS, the effect, as we've seen over the past weeks, is the terrorization of American Jews, including violence in Jewish neighborhoods and vandalization of synagogues. My wife and I bought a home in Cambridge in order to raise a family in a place known for kindness and tolerance. If this policy passes, we will not feel safe living here. A one-sided resolution with the likely side effect of violence is not a path to peace. Please allow Jews to feel loved city. Thank you.
Is Suzanne Blier back? We hear from Suzanne.
Not Suzanne, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to three things that have not been focused on much. CART, I support that strongly. I also thank you for honoring seniors and urge you to push back against the increasing ageist attacks. And I do not support the issue on conservation districts and urge you to put that on file. A simple policy order by council can request the city manager assure that conservation district members are representative. It makes no sense to increase the number of signatories to 100 or 1,000 because we don't even know what the criteria of the places are, meaning their geography. Conservation districts have tamped down on the costs of renter and homeowners. Cambridge, with its rich architectural history, is a tourist mecca, and that's a lot of dollars. And this is not about diversity or equity or inclusion because they have also opposed the East Cambridge emigres and factory workers here. So thank you very much, and thanks for staying up late to hear every voice.
So before we go to the next person, it is 11:31, and per the rules, we have to end the meeting at midnight unless there's a motion to extend or to do a recess. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes, Councilor McGovern.
I know it's been a long night, and we're gonna have a lot to go through tomorrow, but I think we should at least stick it out and public comment is over and then recess so that tomorrow we can get right to business. That would be my suggestion.
I think we can do that at midnight. Clerk, and do you want us to do it now or keep going?
You can wait to do the, or to act on a motion at midnight.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Carlone?
just approximately how many people are on our list?
There are 137 people remaining on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Simmons?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would respectfully ask that we take the vote now rather than stop the meeting at midnight to vote to extend if it's agreed, or is it going to be where we're going to recess this meeting and pick up tomorrow. Let's just vote to have the meeting continue until public comment is over recess, then everyone knows what to expect, as opposed to going, stopping, and resuming. I would respectfully ask that we vote to extend the meeting until public comment is over, after which, Madam Mayor, I would respectfully ask that you recess the meeting and then we can start again tomorrow.
No, yeah, I was just going by the clerk. So Clerk Wilson, you would to wait till midnight, but if there's a motion, happy
Yeah.
to do it now.
I think
Motion to extend the meeting until public comment is closed, and then to recess.
On that motion to extend the meeting until the conclusion of public comment, and then to recess. Well, the recess will happen at the when the meeting at that time. So on that motion, Councilor Carlo.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Malik.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yeah.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
we're gonna go to Sarah Gross.
Hi, my name is Sarah Gross, and I've lived in Cambridge for 6 years on 1008 Mass Ave, and I vehemently oppose Policy Opposition Resolution 109. I've been here long enough to remember when this first came up in 2018. And to sum up my feelings on why I feel this is so wrong, I'll quote former City Council member Craig Kelly when he said, quote, "This is a lousy way to manipulate local government. If we want to take stances on good and bad in the world, arguably we should. It only seems fair that we do so via some agreed upon criteria that does not single out specific entities for the sake of political expedience. If you show that you're applying the same measure to other countries, then fine, I'll accept that. But right now it seems that you're singling out the only Jewish country, and I feel extremely in Cambridge. Thank you, and I yield my time to sleep."
Rebecca R. Rebecca, are you there? You have to go ahead, Rebecca.
Hello, my name is Rebecca. I'm a Harvard student. I lived in Cambridge for 3 years, and I'm looking forward to 2 more years here. I want to go on record as opposing the Hewlett-Packard Order number 109 and Resolution 129. According to the City of Cambridge's Assistant City Manager for Finance, it has been nearly 7 years since Cambridge has had a direct purchase order with Hewlett-Packard. In others, the resolution is addressing a problem that does not exist. It is a sham whose purpose is to demonize Israel. Demonizing Israel quickly spirals into targeting Jews, as what has happened in New York and LA. If Cambridge passes this bill, I will no longer feel comfortable walking around the city because I know that it is that much less safe for Jews. Endorsing BDS will have no positive effect in the Middle East and only serves to make Jewish residents here feel unsafe. I also want to mention that Ben Fisher has been trying to speak. In the past, he was called and had technical difficulties. If the clerk could circle back to him, that would be incredible. Thank you so much.
We'll go to Benjamin Fisher.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Fisher. I'm a rising sophomore at Harvard College, and I'm here to oppose Policy Order 109. Passing the resolution would be harmful to my community, and singling out Israel makes me feel unsafe as a Jewish student living in Cambridge. Thank you very much.
Julie Mathai, followed by Joseph Jacobson.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate your patience, City Councilors. I'm a proud resident of Cambridge for over 25 years. I currently live at Cornerstone Co-Housing at 195 Harvey Street, and I'm so proud that my city is considering Policy Orders 109 and 114. I see both of them as definitely path-breaking, really cutting-edge responses to crises that we are suffering all around the world. And I think we're all aware, or many of us are aware, that we really need to make a shift from an economy and society that's based on inequality and domination to a society based on cooperation and solidarity, and to enact a social responsible consumption policy as being suggested in and proposed in Policy Order 109, I think is wonderful. Requiring that the City of Cambridge exercise its values in its purchasing decisions. This is not.
Thank you for your testimony. Naomi, two people we skipped.
Steve Spear. Steve, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hey, good evening. First, I just want to thank the City Council. 6 hours, no bio break. That's pretty hard. So, in the public service, wanted to speak out against 109, and I'll just stick to one point. Those in favor keep using the term of white supremacy, colonialism, and all of that. And look, no one's going to stand up in support of those things, except that doesn't describe the situation in the Middle East. Jews have been to that region for thousands of years. I mean, Jesus was a Jew, and that was 2,000 years ago when the Romans kicked his butt, right? So there's been a history of ethnic cleansing, often the Jews on the receiving end. And, you know, this BDS thing, when you're wrapped in all sort of the progressive stuff, it sounds right, but it ignores the reality of the place. Kind of big mistake for Cambridge to step into this. And look, it's just going to heighten all sorts of anti-Semitic energies. So it's not a wise thing to do. Thank you. Good night.
Did Liza, I think Liza went. So I think the next person is Joseph Jacobson. Joseph Jacobson.
Joseph.
Yes, hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Joe Jacobson. I'm a professor at MIT, and I've had the honor of founding 3 companies in Cambridge, which is hundreds of jobs in the city of Cambridge over the last 2 decades or so. I'm speaking tonight against Policy Order number 109 and against BDS. BDS has a single objective: the division of people and the destruction of Israel. Support of this measure will make Cambridge less welcoming for myself and Israelis. We have a choice to make in Cambridge: banding together to do great things in science, medicine, and many other fields, or to divide people. I urge you to reject Policy Order number 109 and keep Cambridge open and welcoming for all people. Thank you.
Oren Ruby, followed by Sahar Bazaz. Oren? Oren, are you there?
Oren,
yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Oren Mangubi. I am a recent MIT alum. I volunteered for many years teaching math in Cambridge public schools, and I am also a current member of the Cambridge Jewish community who attends weekly religious services in Cambridge. I am opposed to Policy Order 109 because it singles out the only Jewish majority country for boycott, demonizes Jewish people and Israeli people, and therefore puts the safety of the Jewish community in Cambridge in grave danger. Many of my friends and family who live and work in Cambridge are afraid for their safety because of this resolution, this includes my father, who is a Jewish refugee from religious persecution from Egypt. I therefore urge you to reject Policy Order 109 to keep Cambridge safe and welcoming for all of its citizens. Thank you.
I think the next person I have is Elon Levy. Elon?
Yeah, just a second. I'm trying to get to my audio setting. Okay. Why can I unmute? Fuck. Just can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oops.
we can hear you.
Okay.
We can come back.
I think we may have lost Ilan. He can raise his hand when they return.
Is it, I think I have, is it Topher? No. Avi? Anna? Is it Anna Osofsky? Who's next?
Anna Osofsky, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anna Rozasovsky. I'm an MIT student and I live on Columbia Street. I'm speaking in strong opposition of Resolution 129 and Policy Order 109, which is only promoted as part of the global BDS movement against Israel. The purpose of BDS is not to protest or change Israeli policy, as some claim, but to isolate and pressure Israel until it ceases to exist. BDS also actively harms peace efforts by opposing Israeli-Palestinian cooperation, fueling more conflict and suffering for both peoples. There have been countless examples and reports showing how similar BDS campaigns across North America fuel hatred against local Jewish communities. Anti-Semitism has been rising in recent years, and just this week, Jews have been assaulted by anti-Israel protesters in Los Angeles, New York, Toronto, and elsewhere. And as a Jewish resident of Cambridge, I urge the Council to oppose Policy Order 109 and Resolution 129 to keep Cambridge a safe place for everyone. Thank you so much.
Tali Bernstein, followed by Toby Lenhart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, counselors. Thank you so much for taking the time to consider this issue tonight. I'm Ali Herrenstein. I'm a resident at 1075 Mass Ave and a graduate of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Thank you for last week's accommodation on this vote so that my voice could be heard tonight. I stand firmly in opposition to Policy Order 109 and urge you to reject it. We've heard a lot tonight about how anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and while true, in the wake of an increase of anti-Zionist rhetoric in America last week, there was a 400+% increase in anti-Semitic violence in the US. I urge you to consider how this resolution might likewise encourage anti-Semitism in the streets of Cambridge. If this policy order were passed, I myself would be afraid to be a Jew in Cambridge. I urge you to consider the safety and well-being of all of your constituents that you serve and stand up against a policy that will make many feel deeply uncomfortable and safe. Thank you again.
Next up, we have Joyce Levine.
Joyce, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, I'm a senior citizen who's lived in Cambridge for close to 40 years. And I have to say, I already felt attacked when I saw this proposition. BDS has clearly been shown to increase anti-Semitism, which has been on the rise on college campuses for years. This is nothing new. As a Jew, I feel like I have no home anymore. I used to consider myself a progressive. Now, in order to be progressive, you have to accept anti-Semitism because it's overlooked for progressive cause. The Republicans only call out anti-Semitism when it's on the left, and the Democrats only call it out when it's on the right. But supporting this resolution will make me feel even more safe than I do now as a Cambridge resident. Please reject this.
I have AB next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is AB and I oppose this resolution, not only because it is a double standard. Why are there no resolutions related to the actions of China and the Uyghurs and the products made with Uyghur labor, but also because I lived in Cambridge. I experienced anti-Semitism while I was in Cambridge, and that was part of my decision not to return to Cambridge for graduate school. And this item and its resolution, BDS, which is proven to increase anti-Semitism, makes me fear for returning to visit. Thank you.
Next up, we have, is it Aviv Mammon?
Yes.
Hi,
Go ahead.
my husband works at MIT and we live on Beacon Street. We strongly oppose Policy 109 and 129. I have to say I am shocked to hear people who are usually so sensitive to social issues, people who regularly concerned with the language they use to talk about any group, speak such blatant lies about the state of Israel and the actions it takes to defend itself from the declared genocidal agenda of organizations such as Hamas. These same sensitive people are maliciously comfortable using hyperbole, misstating facts, and outright lying about Israel and the people who live there. And then they build on those lies to cast all those who interact with the state wrongdoers and are worthy of punishment. It behooves anyone that has a concern for the truth, for fairness, for justice, to reject this proposal because of the lies and falsities upon which it is built. Thank you very much.
We have Bradley Baskier next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Bradley Besker. I vehemently oppose PO 109 and 129. I was born in South Africa and my family has a history of fighting against an actual apartheid regime. Israel is unequivocally not an apartheid state, and to use the term ethnic cleansing and genocide to describe the only known democracy in the Middle East is frankly reprehensible. Israel has repeatedly expressed its desire for peace with its Palestinian neighbors, only to be met with resistance by the PA and Hamas, who would rather condemn their own people to a life of dereliction and despair rather than a two-state solution. Is everything humanly possible to limit collateral damage on civilians in Gaza before executing airstrikes on terrorist havens, in hospitals and schools, in line with Jewish values, that every is precious. Hamas forces civilians to stay put and uses their own people as human shields, inflating death counts for their own political aim. Finally, say you want to divest from Israel, please go ahead and return the vaccinations from Pfizer and Moderna, both of which companies have Jewish CEOs and Israeli ties. Thank you.
Oren Weisberg.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm reading it for my husband, Oren Weisberg. We live on Dana Street and have lived in Cambridge for 18 years. We would urge the council members to vote no on Policy 109. Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a very complicated, very upsetting one. In order to make true progress in an understanding between the two sides, real steps need to be taken. This policy is not such a step. It is disappointingly one-sided and will further push the two sides away from each other. If the city of Cambridge is so inclined to get involved in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I would encourage them to concentrate on positive actions that could help move this difficult situation forward in a positive way. I encourage the council members to vote no on Policy 109.
Next up, we have Dia L.
Hi, my name is Dia, a Cambridge resident. I have lived and worked in Cambridge Biotech for the past 8 years. I met and recently married my husband in Cambridge, and I have voted in local elections at Hall. I would like to express my firm opposition to resolutions number 109 and 129. I am first and foremost disappointed in the council's action to place the initial hearing on the Jewish holiday last week, denying your constituents their voice and ostracizing community members like me. Given the troubling rise of anti-Semitism in the US, the timing and the content of this resolution strikes me as a harmful, divisive, and deceptive effort. Ask yourselves, has tonight furthered dialogue, coexistence, and peace, or has this polarized and fractured the Cambridge community? I did not vote for this council to spend their time morally selective resolutions. Please reject these resolutions and focus instead on work that unites and repairs our community at home. Thank you.
Next up, I think we have Bhavin Patel.
Mayor Siddiqui, we have Zen Strauss before Bhavin. Jason, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jason Strauss. I live on Pleasant Central Square, and I'm a Cambridge resident for 13 years. I'm here to ask the council to reject Policy Order 109. When we attempt to pass resolutions on Jewish holidays so that Jews can't participate in the dialogue, when we attempt to pass resolutions with one-sided language, when we attempt to pass resolutions about contracts that have been defunct for 7 years, when we attempt to pass resolutions from organizations which do single out Israel, when we attempt to pass omnibus resolutions that combine US immigration with Israeli sanctions, we are shutting down a communal path forward. We are shutting down engagement. We are dividing our community, and we are signaling to aggressors in the United States that their actions are okay. Please vote against Policy Order 109.
We will go to Bhavin Patel.
Mayor Siddiqui, can we try Stephen Shapiro one more time?
Yes, and then we should go to Elon Levy. Steve Shapiro and then Elon Levy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Steve Shapiro, and I'm a resident of Cambridge living on J Street. I vehemently oppose to Policy Order 109 and Resolution 129. 129 promotes a hate group called American Muslims for Palestine. This organization engages in homophobia, spreads anti-Asian and anti-Jewish racism, and calls for Israelis to be bombed. The city council should not align itself with such hate groups. Regarding 109 is especially part of the global BDS movement against Israel. The purpose of BDS is not to protest a so-called occupation or change any Israeli policy, but to isolate Israel until it ceases to exist. 109 is economic warfare at its worst against the Jewish state. This is a form of anti-Semitism. To quote Dr. King, when people say Zionism, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism, unquote. 109 violates Cambridge's policy of discriminating against people's national origin because this makes both Jews and Israelis feel ostracized and unwelcome. 109 would make me feel very unsafe and unwelcome in my own.
Levy, next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Considering police brutality and the prominence of white supremacists in American politics, considering the war machine we created, maintain, and sustain, considering the transfer of equipment, training, and intelligence to local police force by our military, considering the use of local police for intelligence gathering by the security states, considering the systemic racism and violence embedded in the system to maintain and secure it, considering police force and unaccountable for the killing of hundreds of people every year, considering the United States has the largest prison population globally composed mostly of Black and brown. I urge you to hold us all accountable, divest from all company, Amazon, Microsoft, GM, helping our federal, state, and city government sustain the systemic oppression of Black, brown, indigenous, immigrant, LGBTQ people. Take heart, support Policy 114.
Next up, I think we're back to Bhavin Patel.
Bhavin, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Bhavin Patel. I'm a South Asian immigrant and I've been a Cambridge resident for over 10 years, now residing at 49 Cottage Street. I'm strongly in favor of Policy Orders 109 and 114. Both resolutions support the right to self-determination and autonomy of marginalized peoples. 109 supports the people who have been dispossessed of their land and dreams and who have been resisting ethnic cleansing for 73 years by the supposed democratic settler colonial Israeli apartheid state. 14 supports the Black and brown people in Cambridge who have been most impacted by racist and classist policing systems rooted in the settler colonial history of this country. I find it disingenuous that the opposers of these policies are, one, pronouncing on what Palestinian people should be doing or wanting for their movement, and two, not even mentioning Policy Order 114, which is also under discussion and very much interconnected to 109. I support the demands of both these marginalized communities whose hard-earned efforts have ultimately led to these policy orders for BDS and the HART program. I urge Cambridge to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Miriam Kowalski, followed by Janine Koopman.
Hi,
Yes, go ahead.
I plead with you to, I'm Miriam Kasowski. I'm a former Cambridge resident. I plead with you to vote no on Order 109 and Resolution 129. In light of the recent violent anti-Semitic beatings and knifings in New York, LA, and even anti-Jewish slurs hurled at kids in Newton and Cambridge just for wearing yarmulkes, due to the hatred of Israel, which has now spilled over to anti-Semitism. If you actually pass this, it is going to be a signal to have more violence against Jews in Cambridge and elsewhere in Boston. This resolution is divisive, and it ignores the complexity. It ignores the fact that if people really care about Palestinians, they would get rid of Hamas. They would care about the fact that Hamas has diverted hundreds of millions of dollars given for humanitarian aids that could have built hospitals and other infrastructure, instead have spent it on missiles against Israel and Israeli children. They are the ones who are oppressing the Palestinians.
Janine Koopman, followed by Kelsey Chaplin.
Jean Koopman, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Janine? Kelsey Chaplin's not there either. Laura
there. Laura Ramirez, please go ahead. Laura Ramirez, please unmute your floor.
Laura?
Ben Soloway, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Ben Soloway and I'm a resident of Cambridge for the last 9 years. I'm also a Jew and an Israeli citizen. I urge you please to reject Policy Order 109. If this resolution passes, I will feel unsafe, unwelcome, and victimized in this city that I've been proud to call home for the last 9 years. Since this resolution offers an entirely one-sided perspective and makes no mention of the rights of Israeli citizens not to be attacked by Hamas-fired rockets, I feel very personally the sense that the Israeli citizens' human rights are not being equally valued or respected by this resolution, that the actions of Hamas, an internationally recognized terrorist organization, are ignored. By vilifying one side and showing the other as the victim, this resolution does a disservice to the complex and tragic situation faced by both Israelis and Palestinians. By disregarding the nuance of the situation, this resolution serves only to intensify feelings of frustration and makes prospects of a peaceful...
Chassler is next.
Hello, I'm Ash, and I'm reading a statement from Philip Chassler of 82 Cushing Street in support of Policy Order 109. I am a longtime Cambridge resident and taxpayer, and I am a historically and culturally aware Jewish person. I do not support the cruelty of the Israeli government. Their latest attacks against the Palestinians in Gaza, on top of ongoing persecution there in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, and in Israel itself, brings more to an ongoing war between two sibling peoples. The Israelis have the upper hand. Militarily, they dominate the lives of Palestinians, not only with overt warfare, but endless blockades, house demolitions, a pass system, imprisonments, and illegal land occupation. They refuse to acknowledge their wrongs, even though anyone can see what they are. I urge the Council to support Policy Order 109 and cease doing business with Hewlett Packard because of its sales of equipment and to Israel, as well as ICE in our own country. Thank you.
Hanan Katwa.
Hanan Katwa, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Hal. I live in Brisket Street in Cambridge. I'm here to voice my support of Policy Order 109 and 114, I want to urge the Council to vote yes on ending with business ties with HB until the company stops supporting oppression and violation of human and civil rights. I'm not a Palestinian. My grandfather, however, was an immigrant and born there years before the existence of Israel and the quote-unquote complex conflict it brought with it. The Palestinians that preserved my grandfather's right as a non-Arab immigrant in the region are today facing discrimination and inhumane treatment by the Israeli government, enabled by technologies provided by companies like HB. This non-Arab versus non-Arab conflict, it's not a religious conflict, nor is it an anti-Semitic campaign. This is about colonialism and the Israeli government institutionalized violence against the Palestinians. I also urge the Council to vote for Policy Order 114 to build safety for Black and Brown communities. Thank you.
Sarah Kleinschmidt has not joined. Cunningham, please go ahead. You have the floor. Unmute yourself.
All right, Bill Cunningham, 6 Newtown Court. I support policy orders 114 and 109, but as to 109, I have something personal to say. Though I lived in Cambridge for over 55 years, I grew up in Hampton Beach, New Hampshire, where deed restrictions prevented Jews, among others, from purchasing real estate. While Jews were not welcomed in our town, I often heard adults express admiration and support for Israel. So the same people who didn't like Jews seemed to be quite fond of the so-called Jewish state. To be honest, I could never understand either of these attitudes, and I still can't. Thank God, at least race-based deed restrictions are never used legally in this country. Ironically, they still are in Israel. I don't think Israel's being singled out in this case. As other people have mentioned before, this country has sanctions against many other countries, and the city council has discussed every country on earth and condemned most of them.
Thank you, Bill. That's time. Next, we will hear from John Ratliff. John, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, I live at 218 Thorndike Street in East Cambridge. And I had the honor of playing a role in the movement against apartheid. Contrary to what some of the people who are opposed to Resolution 109 had to say, I think we can make a real difference in that conflict, in the overthrow of the apartheid that exists in Israel by passing 109, and I hope we do that. Heard a lot tonight that sounded very similar to what we heard when we were fighting against apartheid in Africa. They said the Union of South Africa was the only democratic state in Africa. Why would you single us out? Look at the Soviet Union or look at China. They had all those excuses. But we saw what it really was, and even though our government supported it, we defeated them.
Thank you, John. That's time. Next, we will hear from Stasia Brzezinski.
Hi, my name is Stasia Brzezinski. I'm a Cambridge resident and a Jewish American. I urge the Council to support policy orders 109 and 114. Opponents of these resolutions will frame the BDS movement as anti-Semitic, but I'd like to remind the Council that Zionism is a political ideology and a nationalist movement with significant funding by American conservatives and practiced by a far-right Israeli government. When a country is created by violently displacing an indigenous population, as Israel was in 1948, it determines its own fate as an insecure nation that must use violence and PR to legitimize itself in the global community. The Israeli government and its allies are using the very real persecution of Jews to frame itself as a political underdog. If I walked into someone's house, removed the owners by force, and then continued to brutalize them and prevent their return, I would not claim anti-Semitism or divisiveness when the neighbors refused to lend me sugar. Cambridge must listen to and follow the guidance of Palestinian activists.
Thank you. Next, we have Anna Schachter. Anna, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Anna, please.
Hello.
Yes, Anna, we can hear you. Please go
Hi,
ahead.
sorry about that. I've been a proud resident of Cambridge for 13 years, but I'm now deeply concerned. I strongly oppose proposals 109, 129. I'm shocked that council heard these resolutions last week, knowing many were unable to attend due to religious observance. This is one way this issue is tied to religion and is anti-Semitic. It's hurtful that councilors could think it okay to not give a voice to those they represent. City Manager for Fiscal Affairs confirmed on May 18 that Cambridge has not contracted with HP since 2014. Unacceptable to single out Israel and hold it to unique ethical standards. If you believe Israel is wrong, why are you not calling out other countries like China's treatment of Uyghurs? Most importantly, want peace. If council wants to take a stand, it should offer positive leadership that aims to uplift all, not focus only on Israel. I attend a synagogue already protected by armed guards. Can you imagine? I am scared about how such resolutions will further inflame the dangerous situation, and I fear for the safety of my family. Please reject these one-sided resolutions which are not poised to lead to peace, nor represent the diversity and inclusion our city holds dear. Thank you.
Catherine Ehrman has not joined or is no longer on the Zoom. Marcia Gilbert, please go ahead. Marcia Gilbert, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Can Ismael Santiago Pagan, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Thank you to the members of the City Council for the opportunity to share my thoughts on my full support of Policy Order 109 regarding the city's contract with Hewlett Packard and other companies complicit in apartheid against women. My name is Ken Ismael Santiago Pagan. I am a Cambridge resident, and I want to urge the City Council of Cambridge to vote yes on this policy to end business ties with HP Enterprise, HP Incorporated, until the company stops supporting oppression and the violation of human and civil rights. The City of Cambridge has a long history of leadership on human and civil rights, from declaring itself a sanctuary for immigrants in 1985 to cutting business ties with Polaroid and other companies complicit in apartheid South Africa in the 1970s and 80s, to hanging a banner reading Black Lives Matters over the entrance of Cambridge City Hall in 2017. Bringing the city's investments and contractual practices in line with these established human rights values matters, as it is just one step forward towards putting pressure to those who benefit and profit from the oppression of less advantaged humans and the violation of the civil rights. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Daniel Donenfeld. Daniel, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My name is Daniel Donenfeld. I live at 277 Putnam Avenue and am a PhD student at MIT. I strongly urge the council to vote yes on the orders 109 and 114. I believe as a Jewish American, I have a responsibility to call out the occupation, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid being perpetrated by the Israeli government, especially to counter the idea that speaking out against the actions of the State of Israel is anti-Semitism. HP is a company deeply implicated in the military occupation of Palestine and Israeli apartheid. Boycotting them and any other company that facilitates discrimination and human rights abuses is a necessary non-violent step for our city, state, and country to take in the interest of universal human rights. Israel needs to be held accountable for their actions so all Israelis and Palestinians can move forwards towards a just and lasting peace. I would also like to express my support for Policy Order 114 and the implementation of the HART to reject militarized policing. Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Rosen. Sarah, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. My name is Sarah Rosen. I live at 129 Franklin Street. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, as last week I was religiously unable to, and I appreciate the council for staying late to hear every voice. I'm here as a resident of Cambridge, as well as an American and an Israeli, to express strong opposition to Policy Order 109. I've heard many people, especially earlier on this call, not currently from Cambridge, who are attempting to encourage this city to pass this measure as a political BDS statement, despite the fact that it has no effect on them. I am shocked that this proposal is even being debated. This resolution is incredibly one-sided on an issue that is anything but as clear-cut as some believe, and its purpose is to demonize Israel based on the political opinions of individual members. It does not promote peace. There are problems, there are issues, and I'm all for discussion, but the only thing it's doing is alienating many Jews, sowing discord and division, and making Jews and Israelis such as myself feel unwelcome and unsafe. I do not want to live in such a place. I encourage the council members to prioritize the community of Cambridge. Please vote no on 109. Thank you.
I think Morva Saeed is next.
Mara Syed, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Huda and I'm reading on behalf of Marwa Sayed. I grew up going to the Islamic Society of Boston on Prospect Street. I'm here to support Order 109. My whole life, Cambridge has a national and international leader on taking a stand on human rights. Just as the city of Cambridge took a chance against apartheid in South Africa a few decades ago, so too should it take action against apartheid in the state of Israel. This time is no different. HB is complicit. Everyone has made it clear. It profits from the occupation of Palestinians. Israel maintains an ethno-state, a system of tiered citizenship with rights and privileges granted on the basis of ethnicity. HB is exclusive provider of the servers, as many people have mentioned. Now is the time for Cambridge to cut all direct ties with this illegal regime of oppression. And lastly, I'd like to follow up with an individual who said to boycott Hamas. I welcome that. Point me to where you guys source from Hamas. Thank you.
We will go to Michael Singh and then Amir Moharab.
Sorry, Mayor. Joseph Kahan before Michael Singh. Go ahead, Joseph.
Oh, okay. My name is Dr. Joseph Kahan, living at 975 Memorial Drive. I'm a Harvard Hillel board member, and I'm speaking against Policy Order 109. I'm a proud Canterburyan since 1975, and I hope to continue to be so. Passing this one-sided divisive resolution would do nothing to solve the Israel-Palestine conflict, but instead supports the stance of Hamas, a terrorist organization against Israel's right to exist. To say that the Palestinians are torn from their homes, killed by airstrikes, say nothing at all about how these responses began. We need to remember that the hard borders between the occupied territories and Israel proper had been the direct result of Palestinian terrorism in 2002-2003, which resulted in hundreds of Israeli dead. The rhetoric and comments of some of the speakers tonight were not grounded in reality. Israel is not a colonial power. Israel is not a white supremacist power. Israel is not an apartheid state. Israel is not denying Gazans water or medical supplies. But Israel does need a partner for peace. I hope that the Council will invite experts to weigh in as part of a full and fair hearing before any action is taken.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Michael Don Singh.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Michael Singh, and I've lived in Cambridge for close to 10 years now. I'm here tonight to voice my strong and enthusiastic support for Policy Orders 114 and 109. Doing better by our own fellow citizens goes hand in hand with trying to do better as citizens of the world. I've heard some pretty wild arguments here tonight, to be honest. Just to be clear, Packard does not equal the Israeli economy. Nobody here is trying to destroy Israel. We're here tonight to simply ask Cambridge not to do business with an American company that facilitates the ongoing illegal occupation and terrorization of Palestine. It's really that simple. And for those who are claiming that Israel is being singled out by City Council, I just like to say this is really a straw man argument. The city of Cambridge has passed a number of policies in direct opposition to other countries' human rights abuses, not just Israel. In fact, just in March, City Council passed a unanimous order to support the farmers' protests in India. I want to thank our City Council for this and all of its hard work and urge them to continue along this pathway by supporting the policy orders 109 and 114. Thank you.
Amir Moharab.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Amir Moharab. I live on Wendell Street in Cambridge. I strongly support policy orders 109 and also 114 on the HEART program. I quickly want to thank all of the council members and you, Madam Mayor, on staying up so late last week and this week's listening to testimonies before you even start your meeting. So I'm very grateful for the work you do. Perhaps when you entered local politics, you didn't have a well-formulated opinion on Israel and Palestine. Maybe you didn't think you ever have to vote on it, but the reality is now you do have to vote on it. And no matter how you vote, you're going to upset many people on this call. So I think you should just take a stand based on your principles and based on what you can see. I want to reinforce one thing that you all probably already feel deep in your hearts. Boycotting is a peaceful, legal, and legitimate means to overcome discrimination and oppression. When boycotts are successful, they are maligned by people who benefited from that same oppression. That's why you should feel comfortable supporting this resolution. What HP is about is anti-Semitic as the bus boycott was anti-white. Thank you.
Leah Hall, followed by Lucas Allen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
One moment. I'm reading a testimony for Pamela Chamberlain, who lives at 36 Holworthy Street. She's a proud, lifelong resident of Cambridge, fully invested in community and wanting to be a safe place possible for all residents, and a bellwether city for the rest of the state and nation as to how to best govern ourselves. I support both Policy Order 109 and Policy Order 114, as well as Policy Order 129, because I want the city's policies to be consistent with visions and values. As a 73-year-old lesbian who's experienced discrimination and violence in other locations, I want to continue to live here in Cambridge without threat of harassment or judgment. I would hope the same for any marginalized person in our city. And as a former teacher at the high school, I feel very strongly that our city's adolescents must be protected from the unfair surveillance and undeserved violence. Please adopt both of these policies orders. Pam Chamberlain.
Next up, we have Lucas Allen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lucas Alam, and in 1948, my grandmother lived in Jaffa in Palestine. I say 1948 because by 1949, she was living as a refugee in Lebanon. Israeli forces came to my family's farm in Jaffa and gave them 5 minutes to pack. They told them very plainly that because they were Arab, they could no longer live there. My family was the victim of genocide when my grandmother was 10. And it shows in the way Jaffa exists today. It is now a majority Israeli city where with the Arab population mostly removed. So I'm saying very plainly to all those who deny the existing apartheid state of Israel, my family has experienced it. And so support 109 and also 114.
Thank you. Next up is
Mayor Siddiqui, can we call Enzo Sereni? They're back on.
Yes, Enzo, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jewish and I spend most Jewish holidays in Cambridge seeking vibrant, young, observant Jewish community. I didn't testify last week because of Shavuot. I'm asking you to support Policy Order 109 and Policy 114. I'm descended from Holocaust survivors. I went on birthright after college and was shocked to my core to feel in Israel the fascism that killed my Jewish family in Europe, and then in 2019 to see the apartheid in Hebron. It is not complicated. It is heartbreaking to learn the truth of state violence in Israel. Solidarity with Palestinian and Black neighbors is safety and is what being Jewish is to me. My community is afraid of the Jewish establishment. We are afraid to be vocal about our moral clarity about Israel's state violence and oppression. If we weren't afraid, there would be hundreds of us testifying and signing letters to pass these policy proposals. Passing these proposals will create immense waves of relief for Jews across Cambridge who are afraid to testify tonight in favor of policy orders 109 and 114. Thank you.
Next up, I think Janine is back. Janine Copeman.
Hear me?
Go ahead.
I finally figured it out. Sorry. I'm Jean Koopman, and I've lived on River Street for nearly 30 years. I strongly support the policy order 114, which would ask the city manager to financially support the HEART program, the Holistic and Emergency Alternative Response Team program, which has been developed by a wide range of Cambridge community groups, including young people and residents of neighborhoods that are heavily policed. It includes emergency response teams for mental health crises, conflict resolution teams, response teams to help people suffering alcohol and drug-induced crises, and post-crisis follow-up teams. One of the most important features is that it will employ and train and employ members, youth, especially of the HEART response teams. I urge the council to vote yes on PO 14, and I feel like $2 million.
Thank you.
Start.
Jonah Tapper and then Salva Mansour.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm here to support 109 and 114. I'm a Cantabrigian Jew, and I'm proud of the Jewish values I was raised with and of my upbringing in Cambridge, which both inform my support for these measures. This council voting yes to these orders would make me even prouder to be a Cantabrigian. There's been a lot of misinformation and frankly emotional manipulation about what BDS actually is. BDS has 3 simple demands for Israel: ending the occupation, equal rights for all residents, and the right of return to Palestinian refugees in line with international law conditions set by the UN in 1949 for Israel's membership in the body. Many have hand-waved about peace, but here's a concrete path to peace and justice, and if you not pursue it, you are offering nothing but words. This is not a complex issue, nor is it one of 2 equal sides, but a simple one of justice and equality, and you don't need to be an expert to understand that. Both 109 and 114 would show that Cambridge puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to its values. Thank you.
Next up is Salva Mansour.
Hello, my name is Salwa Mansour, and I am speaking in support of policy 109 and 114. Members of the council, when opponents ask, why are you singling out Israel? You should respond, I am not. I am refusing to single out Israel by holding Israel to a dramatically lower standard than that to which the city has consistently held governments around the world throughout its history. Additionally, policy order number 109 targets US crimes in addition to Israeli crimes, as the 2 are related. HP is also involved in the US prison industrial complex. Israeli companies such as Elbit provide the surveillance infrastructure for surveilling migrants along the US-Mexico border. We know these systems of oppression, incarceration, and surveillance are connected. We know that often the same companies profit from oppression in Israel, Palestine, US, and elsewhere. I also want to speak my support for policy 114. We cannot pass one without the other. We need to work to actively dismantle the violent policing of all white supremacist states. Thank you.
Next up, is it Lucas Allen?
Next,
Already heard from Lucas Allen.
Hello,
Oh,
can you hear me?
Dr. Joseph.
Dr. Joseph Langer, go ahead.
I am a physician who's lived in Mass Ave in Cambridge for 10 years. I strongly oppose 109. I'm disappointed that the council is spending so much time on this issue, which is not only unethical, but anti-Jewish and irrelevant to Cambridge politics and unnecessarily incendiary. As a physician, I and my colleagues at Cambridge Health Alliance and Mount Auburn Hospital rely on innumerable Israeli innovations and technologies to care for our patients. The proposed policy threatens not only my safety as a Jew in Cambridge, tacitly affirming Hamas's inherent architecture of death, but also threatens the well-being of all the patients at local hospitals who benefit Israeli innovation. I also invite all of those who vehemently call for BDS to consider, why don't you speak against the more immediate injustice of the genital Hamas hegemony in Gaza that denies rights to all minorities, to women, and uses public squares to lynch people, Jews, LGBTQ, and dissenters.
Next up.
Next should be Paula Ostroff. Paula, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I support human rights for all people, and because of this, I ask you to oppose Policy 109. I could speak on the one-sided nature of this resolution, as all blame belongs on Israel and none on Hamas, which is the terrorist organization that is democratically elected leadership in Gaza. I could say that while it's true that you could oppose Israel without resorting to anti-Semitism, BDS does not and has not and is in fact opening the door to hate in this community. I could talk about how BDS actually harms the people it proposes to help, since it has been shown to result in further economic hardships for the Palestinian people who deserve more than what they have right now. I will say that the professors and graduate students who spoke in support of this resolution don't seem to realize that in addition to the president and the governors, the UAW, which is the parent union for many academics nationwide, including for Harvard, have already come out against the BDS movement because it prevents free trade and it endorses an extreme political agenda that's discriminatory, alienating, and stifles academic freedom. This resolution is an anathema to what this community stands for.
Your testimony. We're going to Samuel Bond.
Sam, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Mayor Siddiqui, Samuel is either not on or cannot.
Okay. We'll go to Heather Hoffman. Heather, are you there? I see you.
Yes.
Oh.
Am I on?
Samuel, we'll go to Samuel and then we'll go to Heather Hoffman.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm surprised in the environment of Harvard and MIT to hear so many generalized insults, ad hominems, and criticisms tossed at Israel, like occupation, oppression, apartheid, persecution, to justify BDS, but none at the really evil countries in the world. It sounds like the biased UN and human rights groups of the media. How do you all know this? Have you lived in Palestine, or do you believe all the stories you hear without having done due diligence? Maybe the persecutor of the West Bank Palestinians is their dictator leader Abbas, like Hamas in Gaza. I'm surprised that there's been no reference to the 1990s Oslo Accords between Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin, which created a Palestinian Authority with rule over almost all aspects of the lives of 95% of West Bank Palestinians, and thus effectively ended any occupation. Israel understandably remained in charge of overall security. This agreement between the parties themselves surely supersedes rulings by international organizations. Oslo also put Israel in charge of Area C, where all the settlement communities are located, until Arafat and now Abbas.
Next up, Heather Hoffman.
Hello, Heather Hoffman, 213 Hurley Street, and I'm here to change the subject. First of all, I'm going to ask you to put the petition regarding neighborhood districts on file. The ordinance committee has already told us that they are overwhelmed with work, and this is a vanity project so that someone can indulge his often stated and often abusive dislike for the Cambridge Historical Commission and protection of our local architecture. I want to thank you for recognizing Older American Month, being as how I'm an older American. And as did Suzanne Blier, I hope that you will come out against the ageism that I've heard way too of in the Sullivan Chamber and expressed and cheered by members of the City Council. I hope that our values do not have the bullying that I've heard way too much of. Thank you.
Caleb Newfield is next. And then Kit Haynes.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to speak out against the BDS resolutions on debate here. These resolutions single out Israel for opprobrium, for doing nothing more than defending itself against the terrorist organization Hamas, an organization whose charter explicitly calls for the destruction of Israel by murder and war, and moreover rules the Palestinians in Gaza with an iron fist. Apart from the injustice of the resolution itself, and perhaps more relevantly, it provides more to anti-Semitic violence, which is currently ongoing in cities across America. Jews getting beat up outside of restaurants, Jews getting nearly run down in the streets of Los Angeles by cars festooned with Palestinian flags, and loudspeakers blaring across the town in London, fomenting the assault of Jews. I think that's the most relevant point here, and I think that keeping Jews safe requires you to vote no. Thank you.
Kit Haynes is next.
Hi, my name's Kit Haynes. I've lived in Cambridge 10 years. I currently live at 10 Hazel Street. I'm asking you to unanimously vote yes on policy orders 109 and 114. As a white Australian citizen, I'm asking you to stop indirect business from HP, as since 2017 has enabled the remnants of the White Australia policy on behalf of the Australian Department of Immigration and Border Protection. As an American citizen, I'm asking you to divest from Hewlett Packard as it enables ISIS machine. To talk or take action on anything is to single it out. All hard decisions make people uncomfortable, but as a reasonable person, I oppose HP, the data backbone provider which entails Jew-only public land and services like Jew-only roads, Jew-only public schools. We normally call that petty apartheid, forbidding intermarriage of Jews and Arabs in Israel, and restricting housing of Native Palestinians. We normally call that grand apartheid. Wordsmithing does not change the deep discrimination that HP perpetuates here. I haven't heard one person say what HP has done is okay. That's because it isn't okay. Doing nothing supports the status quo and supports HP through an intermediary. Saying this is a two-sided issue changes the sides of HP and those that discriminate to Jewish citizens of Israel and those they refuse to.
Thank you for your testimony. Naomi, on your list, who's next?
Adam Pasternak, please go ahead.
Everyone hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Adam Pasternak. I live on Athens Street, right off of Harvard Square. I'm here to voice my opposition to BDS Resolution 109 and 129 and my support for Project Heart. I appreciate what everyone said before me and want to speak directly to council members about a different side of things. I've heard multiple members, your own constituents, speak about feeling unsafe, especially recently, due to a rise in anti-Semitism that's without a doubt heightened due to conflict in the Middle East. Personally, I walk my 2-year-old toddler 2 blocks to his school every day, and without my kippah on, out of fear for being identified as a Jew. That very preschool location sometimes needs to have armed guards on duty to keep everyone safe. No one in the US should feel unsafe showing their religion. No one in Cambridge should feel unsafe. No child school should require armed guards. Council members, your vote to approve BDS will have a de minimis impact on the Middle Eastern conflict while creating an irreparable rift in your societal fabric. Imagine if you did not feel safe walking your toddler to a school located 2 blocks from your home. That's the decision before you today. In the same vein of communal safety, I strongly agree with Project Heart and hope you pass that as well.
Up next is Tisya Mavaram.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tisha Mavram. I live in 31 Cambridge Street, and I'm here to state my strong support of policy orders 109 and 114 because we shouldn't support oppressive military policing abroad or at home. I've noticed a lot of testimony tonight has referenced other countries' human rights violations to argue against 109, and as an Indian American who's very familiar with the violence and destruction of Hindu nationalism, I want to point out that there are many parallels between Israeli apartheid and the displacement and ethnic cleansing of Kashmir. Last week, 22 people in Indian-occupied Kashmir were arrested by the Indian police for pro-Palestine protests, even living through their own, and they understand, and we should now, that solidarity with Palestine has to be global. It's nice to say that you support Palestinian rights or that you want peace, but it doesn't mean anything without instant investment. BDS is the only effective path we have to hold Israel accountable, and it's not divisive or hateful to say so. Hewlett-Packard is a corporation. Corporations are not people. Palestinians are people. The City Council has a duty not just to Cambridge residents, but to the moral values they claim to share with the community. So please vote yes on Policy Order 109 and 114. Thank you.
Who's next? I think I've gone through the people in front of me.
Mayor Siddiqui, I believe this concludes those who have signed up. However, there are a few hands that I think we would just need to recall. Joan Whitaker. Joan, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. I speak tonight as a Cambridge resident on Plymouth Street. I've been here since 1982. And what I remember most startlingly was when the students at the group school where I worked were very, very clear that they would not accept a donation from Polaroid. So the human rights struggle goes on, and I do ask Cambridge city councilors to divest of any kind of company, including HP, from any kind of contracts. HP is benefiting from the prison industrial complex in California, from the border with Portrell ICE, and from the surveillance in Palestine. I think it's incumbent on Cambridge to continue with their incredible commitment to human rights in so many different areas. And this will be a chance for Palestinian voices to be heard.
Thank you.
Cambridge will be on the forefront.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mayor Siddiqui, next would be Hannah Ephraim. Hannah, unfortunately, your version of Zoom still needs to be updated. We can't unmute you until it's updated. Mayor Siddiqui, I believe we also missed Marcia Gilbert.
Yeah, Marcia Gilbert.
Marcia, please go ahead.
Thank you. BDS campaigns are a legitimate form of protest against states if they are not discriminatory and if they don't challenge the legitimacy of itself. The BDS campaign against Israel fails to meet these criteria, and I therefore strongly oppose proposals 109 and 129. Why is the city of Cambridge targeting Israel with the BDS campaign and not other countries that are engaged in similar unacceptable conduct? Why is this council not advocating for a BDS campaign against Russia for its occupation and military assaults of the people in Ukrainian territory, or China for its occupation of Tibet and its suppression of that population? If we really want to denounce human rights violations, we should include criticisms of Hamas for using Arab women and children as human shields and firing rockets into Israel and putting its own people in danger. The city of Cambridge should not endorse a campaign discriminatory in nature, and because of that differential treatment, these proposals are anti-Semitic.
I don't think Joy Klein signed up from my list.
No, they were not previously signed up. 1 second.
We're just confirming whether the hands that are up had signed up for public comment. I think Thomas Ariba was signed up and we skipped him. Thomas Ariba.
Tom Arabia, please go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I went to Gaza in summer of 2009. What I saw there is beyond description. I saw what they mean by Israeli peace and Israeli safety. The first thing I saw was a sewage treatment facility that was destroyed. I saw hospitals that were bombed, schools that were bombed, residential buildings that were bombed, government buildings, bookstores, shops. I saw graves overturned. I met a woman from the Samuni family who had 49 members of her family in a single night. It's called the Zaytun incident, and you can look it up. On her home, I saw Israeli graffiti written in English and in Hebrew, death to Arabs, death to all Arabs. The only good Arab is a dead Arab, etc. This is what Israel means by peace. This is how they treat the people of Gaza. And this is why we must boycott Israel until this ends.
We are going to go to Liza. Baron, we may have skipped you, and then Hardeep Man.
I already spoke, Liza Barrett, in favor of
Got it.
109 and 114.
Got it. Hardeep Man. Hardeep.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Yes, I support Policy Order 109 and 114. My name is Hardeep Man. I live at 2 Mount Auburn Street, Cambridge. My question is, how do we end the complicity and hold accountable those institutions and corporations which continue to support incarceration, segregation, destruction for profit? The lives of Palestinians, the life of all over our own lives have to be valued. What happens abroad in the end happens internally at home. How do we confront violence of racial targeting, surveillance, as families are dying in Palestine? How do we respect differences and at the same time respect singularity at each place, context, history, and community? Business as usual cannot be accepted. It is our responsibility to find out, act, and stand on the right side.
Next up. Thank you for your public comment. Next up, is it, I think we've already heard from
Mayor
Rebecca
Siddiqui, as
R.
far as I can tell, this is everyone that was signed up prior to the meeting.
I think we skipped over Simon Ganellis.
Simon, please go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a junior studying at MIT, and I just want to express that my community and I would be extremely disheartened to this resolution pass. I think this bill ignores the reality that there are two sides to this situation, and thousands of rockets have been fired into Israel in the last weeks. And to ignore this is beyond problematic. And the BDS resolution is not allowing more voices to be heard. It's not opening up a discussion or dialogue, but it's shutting down any efforts for peace and reconciliation. And that is all I'd like to say.
And then I think we go to Avi Klausner, who's under Avi Klaus.
Avi, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Avi Klausner. I've lived on Harvard Street in Cambridge for 8 years. I joined tonight to oppose Policy 109. I have been a student in Cambridge. I have gotten married in Cambridge, and I've started a family in Cambridge. This city has been my home, and I've never felt unsafe or unwanted until this week. The skyrocket of anti-Semitic attacks across the United States and the proposed resolution to divest from Israeli companies from this I call home has made me rethink my safety in Cambridge. It may be true one can be anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic. However, a clear data connection between the rise of both is almost impossible to argue against. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'm an American Jew living in Cambridge, expressing my concern for my safety to my city councilors. I would stay up till 2 a.m. to express this concern. I urge the city councilors to uphold my comfort and safety by voting against this policy. Thank you and good night.
I think next up, have we heard from? It says we heard Joan Whittaker, but we may have heard from Joan. Can we confirm?
Joan Whitaker?
Yes, thank you. You've heard from me.
Okay. I just want to make sure there's 10 hands up.
Some hands have gone back up despite having spoken already. I believe we're done.
I think there's Jared Rahman that says skipped on my list. His hand is up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so my name is Jarib, and I'm testifying in support of policy 109 and 114. A point that's been raised a few times about dialogue being the way forward. I'd like to ask some of the people bringing this up where the BDS came from. So if you look at the BDS call, some of the reasons why BDS came into form was that, quote, given that all forms of international intervention and peacemaking have until now failed to convince or force Israel to comply with humanitarian law, et cetera, is why partly the BDS call came about. Basically, you can't really have dialogue between a colonizer and the colonized with such differences in power and such disproportionate differences in power, where every time Gaza is attacked, 100 times more civilians are killed in Gaza than are in southern Israel. I could go on with many examples on how disproportionate it is between the two sides, quote unquote. So dialogue is very much.
Thank you for your testimony. So I know, Naomi, I think that's everyone from me.
Yes, I believe that concludes those who had signed up in advance.
Okay, so on a motion to close public comment by Councillor Carlone, we'll do a roll call.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yeah.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
And then Clerk Wilson, the motion to recess.
There will be a motion to recess until 5:30 p.m. on May 26th. I'm sorry, May 25th.
Yes, Councillor McGovern.
Madam, just before we do that, because once we vote that, the meeting will stop. I just want to thank you, Clerk Wilson and Ms. Stefan, for managing this tonight. It was an incredibly long night. And there was a lot of glitches and things going on, and you guys did an absolutely fabulous job. So I just want to send my thanks to the staff as well as yourself.
And Calvin and was left in the building today. So on a motion by Councillor McGovern to recess the meeting, we'll do a roll call.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan. Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes. The body's in recess.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you.